with a little glitch. Hello, Parser people. Happy Sunday? No, it's not Sunday. It's Tuesday. It's always Tuesday. There's no other day than Tuesday. And I would appreciate it if all days were Tuesday, because then we could always stream and we could always have Text Adventure Tuesday. So I did a thing. I at the end of last year, I signed up for ShuffleComp, which is a game jam by the Neo Interactives. Let me drop this before we reconnected, but nope, that's not it. Let's try the right command. So ShuffleComp is a game jam. The point of the game jam was that we were given 8 random songs from a playlist, and we would have to make a game based off of a selection of those 8 songs. It's done by the Neo Interactives. They're on Twitter. If you go to that link, they have links to their Tumblr, their Discord, and something about the infig forums as well. Oh, that's just the announcement for the ShuffleComp. But yeah, they have their links to their Tumblr, their Discord. They're very nice people. They are very into sort of this being people's first games, and just the act of creation being a great thing, which is something I fundamentally believe in. So what are we gonna do today? We're gonna do things the same way that we've done other game jams, and we're going to we're gonna have a wheel of morality. Our wheel of morality is every single game except for mine. There are a whole lot of different games. There's a bunch of twine. There's some stuff that I can't identify by sight. There's maybe some ink. There's a TADS game, and I think an Inform game. That one's Inform. Yeah, this one looks like TADS. So we've got a little bit of everything, which is super exciting to me, and why I really like interactive fiction sort of competitions is because you do get to see a whole lot of different things. There's a Decker game. Anyway, all sorts of things. So why don't we just get started? I've got so many windows open, and not the important ones. Some of these games I know have audio. Some of these games have sound. So if you see me rapidly shutting down the background music, that's why. Cool. Let's do our wheel of morality. Wheel of morality, turn. Tell us the lessons that we shall learn. Cool. It's really picking. All right, man unlidded. It should remove it. Yeah. All right. I like being on top of things. Man unlidded. That's certainly one of them. It's just gonna take me a second to find the right one. I can always count another way. So I've got all the games up right now in various things. I just need to find it. Here we are. Did it It reordered. How kind of it. It reorders every single time. Well, that's great. Alright. That's always very fun. I think I found it. Just want to be sure. Yeah, I did. So this is a really interesting one, just from the 2 seconds that I looked at it. So, man, Unlidded. Wheel of Morality goes away. Browser games. Let's, there we go. So, Man Unlidded. This is by somebody, of course, Joey Jones. So let's get that up there. Man, comma, Unlidded. Grew script, is that what it is? I definitely didn't identify it by sight. And in fact, I'm gonna audible really quick here. There we go. That looks better. That gives us an idea of you know, who to look up on Tumblr, or gosh, I just can't get any website right today on itch. For that matter, here's a link to the game. So as per usual, I go into games knowing nothing. I am excited. I'm excited to know nothing. So we're on a rooftop, and this is an interesting layout already. I don't know how I feel about the layout, but that's like the most minor thing in the world, especially for something that is adjacent to Parser games. But that being said, I do think the space is kind of poorly used in the itch. On the itch page, it's even smaller and stranger. So I don't know if that's something, if you said that it's GRU script, I don't know. If that's something that they can work on, or if there's like, hey, don't make the screen smaller than this, something like that. So we're on a rooftop, and the sun slowly cooks the tiles on the roof where I lie, listening to the gentle slosh of seawater lap against the upper story. I'm dreaming of May again, waking up to the smells of fresh coffee and tea in the kitchen. Uptown girl, playing on her phone. She's about to walk back with the drinks. The calm is broken by the splutter and hum of a motorboat. Sure, let's look at instructions really quick. Is it a keyboardless text adventure game? You are taking part in an interactive story. I will tell you what's going on in this pane, in the panes below, tell you where I am, what I can see, what I am carrying. To give me an instruction, click or touch one of the buttons, either a direction telling me where to go or an action applying to something I can see. Click an item in the I'm carrying. Okay. List to hold that item, which may make more actions available. Have fun and happy adventuring. Okay. This is the roof of the only home I've known. Most of the adjacent houses slope off into the water. The attic skylight is open. I can hear the boat over at the pub a few houses north. So I'm in the... Oh, I'm on the roof. It's funny. I was talking with a streamer friend who was like, I literally don't know what I just read out loud. It's definitely a problem when you're streaming. Definitely smell. Smell is a good action. The air reeks of the seaweed I'm drying out on the roof. I gathered them from where they wash up on the lower rooftops. Something miraculous about that algal stench. So I can see seaweed. I can't do anything with it. There's a zip line that I can ride. There's solar panels and a water tank, I assume up on the roof. Why go down when there's a zip line? Oh. Well, I left the riding bar somewhere. So I either need to get the riding bar or that's just teaching you how the game works. My living space is cool and dark under the low sloping roof. I keep the wooden floors clean and my belongings safely sealed should the worst happen. If there's a smell, I'm too used to it to notice. My neighbor's houses molder away, but I'm keeping the damp out. So that's interesting that the main action is smell. I like that. I like anything that isn't that goes beyond, look as the main action. There is a kitchenette that I can explore. And I can just go down. I'm gonna explore the kitchenette. I poke around. There's a coffee maker, switched off, but ready to go. There's a cupboard to supply. Please, for the love of God, make coffee. There's no coffee in it. Open cupboard. Smell the tea. Lapsang Suchan. Hazy and smoky like a bonfire, even after all these years. Don't hold on to tea. Use it. It's meant to be a fresh thing. It's good. Well, freshly to you, I guess. Anyway, prepare coffee. I chuck some coffee in the coffee maker. Start coffee. I flip it on and soon the room fills with a hazy rich smell of fresh coffee. Serve coffee. I'll wait until my guest is here. So okay. I guess. I don't know what guest, but that's fine. Sure, prepare some tea. I keep it for guests. May used to drink tea, but I've never liked it. Alright. So let's go down. I clamber down the long ladder to the landing below. Water rises up from downstairs at high tide. Though the carpets are sodden, I keep the walls scoured of any damp. Smell. There's also a stagnant pool. Though I keep the damp out of the walls, I can't disguise the stench of stagnant water lapping at the staircase down. So I can go west from here, or I can go down. I wonder... I don't think you can go any further down. Yep, okay. The sea laps at the top of the stairs. I haven't seen my ground floor in decades. So that's the second time where it's like, no. It gives you that option, and then it's like, well, no. Alright, west. This was the room where May and I spent so many nights and long mornings. Plastic sheets cover everything, and it's now my mudroom. Smell. This room is so plasticated, it doesn't smell of much at all. Maybe faintly of bleach. Oh, there's a bed and a crowbar. Take the crowbar. Great. That opens up the I'm holding, which does use more of the screen, so I get it. I can also see bed. I would love to climb back into bed. Returning to morning smells of May in the kitchen, making us coffee and tea. But the bed is a broken frame where I stack firewood. And May is a memory. Alright, so I went west to get here. And I'm just talking as I go. I'm not sure if northeast, southwest makes sense. I don't know if I need to be mapping. I hope not. There's a stretch of terraced rooftops lower down the hill. Across their sloping tiles of nailed boards. No one lives in those houses now. The air out here is clear. Perhaps a bit salty, like everywhere out on the coast. 50 years ago, it would smell of car fumes from the road below. Combustion cars disappeared before the water took the road. Let's keep going north. The plankway ends the alley where a whale got stuck and died. A rib cage of gull-peck bones stretches across the gap. Smell. The air is heavy with the stomach-turning greasy reek of stagnating blubber and whalebone. Keep going north. The last Hearth Inn closed down 30 years ago during the first floods. Only a small bit of roof pokes above the waterline. So I assume... Did it say that we're... Oh, okay, stretch of terraced rooftops. And we're just walking across that, I see. Okay. South would be back. I can smell. From the dank corner of the half-collapsed pub, black mold spores catch in my throat. What a foul feeling from innocent fungi. So we go east. I really hope I don't need to be mapping. A span of rotting wooden pallets strapped together, held together as much by the clutter of abandoned boats. Rebecca's boat is tied up here. So there's Rebecca. There's the end of the zip line. So we could have, I guess, figured this out. Smell. The lingering whiff of rotting wood makes me think I might yet outlive this jetty. Talk to Rebecca. Jack, good to see you're alive. I brought you some potatoes from the allotment. Cuz, you look younger each month. I've got a pot brewing if you want to come on up. I'm right behind you. So yeah, so I can't use the crowbar anywhere. So I guess west, south, 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 east, up. Okay. So close the cupboard. Oh. There was stuff that I missed. I'm sorry. So that's interesting. So when we went west, this place has seen better days. I know I have. I used to come here all the time with May. Now look at it. And when we went to the plankway, it can't be healthy being near this poor whale. It'll all break down eventually. Everything always does. The whale... I'm curious about the whale. Because a whale is a lot of food and a lot of, useful things. Precious ambergris, if you're a Futurama person. Going south. I'm not sure this is safe. I'll try and bring the boat right up to the house next time. Too much trash in the street. You'd never get it around. Getting into the building. Through the window. Don't need locks around here. That's one benefit of living here, I guess. Should I kick my shoes off? Don't bother. The carpet got pretty bad on the landing since you were last here. I climb up the long ladder to my attic and slam the hatch down on the awful ruin below. You go on up first. Oh, Jack, the water is a whole step higher. You can't really... The house isn't going anywhere. Leave the potatoes there and come on up. Okay, so now we close the cupboard. Now we can serve the coffee. I serve up 2 hot cups of coffee and give Rebecca one. We sit and drink in silence for a moment. Is the smell different now that she's here? No. Okay. Oh, I can sip and drop the mug. Yeah, let's wait this uncomfortable conversation out. I sip the coffee, warm and hazy. I drink more coffee. I serve more. Start coffee maker. It's already brewing. No, it finished brewing. This is interesting, and I'm wondering what's like. Let me test out this different system, because I've never seen GrewScript. And what's like, you know, I'm making a low-key thing. I'm just like not gonna fully model this world, not intentionally, but just as a thing. But I can just open and close the cupboard. That's fun. All right, I assume I need to talk to Rebecca. I got you something. The potatoes look great. Something else. Here, catch. I'm holding a pill box. I tear open the plain pharma box. Inside is a script of pills and a little instruction book. I skim the instructions for the MemCore memory enhancers. The pills stimulate the piriform cortex, enhancing the recall of scent memories. There it is. They work best if you smell or taste two things related to a specific memory. Okay. So with the pills... Interesting. I don't know if I should use that right this second. Your dad used to give me some strange drugs too. Family tradition? Something you said about May last time. I always say something about May. You'll have to remind me. Memory ain't what it used to be. These are for remembering. You said you couldn't remember her face. I thought these might really help. Really? I don't know what to say. Just try one. They're safe. So what happens if I go up from here? Nothing. Don't mind me. Have a look around for stuff to smell. So, okay. Eat the pills. I check one down. It tastes like chalk and acorns. Bitter. Inhospitable. Nothing changes at first. Alright, so... Prepare the okay, there's already coffee in the filter. Smell the tea. Lapsang Souchong, hazy and smoky like a bonfire, even after all these years. The smoky smell of the tea mingles with warm coffee smell in the air. A haziness overcomes me. I'm lying in bed, years before the floods. A cup of coffee is on the bedside table. May must still be making her Lapsang Souchong in the kitchen. It's a honeymoon photo. This was our honeymoon in Boston. The fall sun setting over the bay. A snap from the window of our hotel bedroom where we'd ordered up that perfect chicken dish with the yogurt sauce. What happens if okay. Actions, smell? Nothing. Okay. So if I go east, I hear a distant voice guiding me from above. Jack? Jack, are you alright? I'm in the house before the flood. I'm going to see her. I'm going to see my May. So the smell doesn't seem to do anything during these sequences. The landing is brightly painted orange. A warm glow comes from the stairwell leading down. The Onion Dome's in Moscow. Not that I saw much of them when I was over there, tied up in a rotting shed and fed pureed tubers. Interesting. The living room is unbearably hot. Smoke is pouring out of the kitchen door. May. It's a picture of Greenland seen from the water. There's a boat in the foreground filled with tourists looking at a whale. The whole kitchen is on fire. Faulty wiring? Something left on the stove? There's no sign of May. I cough from the inhospitable smoke. I step out of the kitchen away from the fire, and I'm back in the attic. It burned down. The kitchen burned down. The firefighters got here in time, but I never fixed it. Couldn't afford to. I started living upstairs. And May? She wasn't there. I think I lost her before the fire. You think? What does it smell like? Okay. I can't remember why she left. I think I blocked it out. Oh, I always thought she, died. I don't think so. I hope not. The answer has got to be locked in your mind. You can get there. Weirdest thing. In my memory, I was dressed just like I am now, even carrying the same stuff. Having memory residuals is a known side effect. It'll wear off. So it's always a question like why. I feel like this would have benefited from a very fully understood world instead of a very like item driven world. Okay. The mug's empties. Okay, down the rest of the coffee. I can take the mug. Can I prepare more coffee? Can I start the coffee maker? Okay, no, none of that. What if I smell again? If I go up, nothing. Back in a moment. Okay, definitely take the potatoes. Take more potatoes. Take all potatoes. Only potatoes. Okay, great. Oh, I think I'm full. So if I... Oh, no, I can't. I can collect stagnant pool with mug. Stagnant pool. Good. Pills. Eat more pills. Okay, great. Mug. Taste the mug. I bring my mouth up to the cup, but I can't bring myself to try it. The foul vapor is enough. Interesting. Go west. Crowbar. Nope, okay. Plastic sheets cover everything. Enter the bed. Smell? What if I go down? So I'm not sure what I am supposed to do. This is a common thing in games with me personally. Okay, what if I smell the tea? That just puts me back with the honeymoon photo. Okay. But I can go east, I can go down. I can go west. No, I can't go north from here. I'm still in... Okay. Yeah, and then that's... Okay, that's interesting. So then, okay. We're gonna pretend...
Trimmer, please save.
Save? Heck yeah. Thank you for the reminder. Nice. And my alerts are working. How nice. Alright, save. Save as... You know what? for reminding me the save game is saved in your honor. Thank you. Okay, what if I smell... Okay. What if I eat the pills? I'm looking... So it is interesting to have things... Yeah, smell or taste 2 things related to a specific memory. We only smelled 1, I thought. Can't go into bed. Can we smell a potato? No. That would be foolish. What do potatoes smell like? We can't go down. So it is up. If somebody... If somebody has thoughts, I'm always all ears. Between streamer brain and yeah, slimy starch. Like, why potatoes? So one thing I haven't done is I haven't listened to any of the songs or anything like that. So maybe that would have given me more context. Because we have these photos. Every smelling now that I am... Oh, I wonder... Okay, if I go west... No. If I drop the crowbar, I can't seem to drop things in this reconstructed memory. My arms feel heavy and sticky. What if I drop a potato? Or I taste... Because there... So we could get the water and put it in the mug. Why? What purpose would that serve? Oh, you know what? You know what? Okay. East, up. Crowbar. Right. Yeah, I hook the bar over the line, wrap the straps around my wrist, brace myself, and step off. Soon I swing all the way along the street, down the hill, my dressing gown dipping in the water as I land heavily on the jetty. A span of rotting wooden pallets strapped together. Held together as much by the clutter of abandoned boats. Rebecca's boat is tied up here. Well, that was fun. The last Hearth Inn. See, because what I want to do, because I think tasting the water is the other strong smell. It's like smell and taste. Smell or taste 2 things related to a specific memory. But I can't taste anything in the dream? No, wait. Eat the pills. Get the pills. Smell the pills. I've dropped the cool pills that my friend got me that were probably expensive. Smell the plankway? Okay. two smells together. So same thing as before, it was the coffee and tea. Now it's the whale and the stagnant water. I bring my mouth up to the cup, but I can't bring myself to try it. The foul vapor is enough. The greasy marine stench of the rotting whale bones mixes with the stagnant water in the cup to transport me back to the SS Lunt. The hold of the whaler ship is knee-deep in brackish water. Blubbery slabs of whale meat hang from dripping nets. The memory of the reek catches my throat. Where are you now? A Norwegian whaler from my activist days. We got on board and I'd just finished blowing a hole in the side, taking it down from within. May was on our ship. I just needed to get back to her. As the water level rises and the air fills with screams of the whalers, I clamber back up to the deck. The deck of the whaler is listing hard. No one pays any notice to me as they scramble for the lifeboats. The anti-whaler ship is across the water, not too far to get. I can also see Greenland's shore. What I don't get is why you are inside the boat setting explosives. That seems backwards. Like something from one of my stories. I'm back in my study, laptop on my knee. The latest draft of the novel is open. If I strain, I can just about recall the taste of the potato chips I ate mindlessly while I worked on the novel. Eat a potato chip. I remember what eating the chips was like. That miraculous taste. Okay. I can also see draft. Write my drafts. My great novel was about these anti-whaling activists, but I kept writing myself into a dead end. How is the hero going to get off the ship? Why didn't he just attach the explosives to the outside of the whaling ship? I never finished it. How did I get back here? You don't eat enough, Jack. You're not much heavier than that sack of potatoes. Okay. Eat a memory. I remember what eating the chips was like. That miraculous taste. What are you doing? Remembering what a bag of potato chips would be like. They still exist. I can bring some over next time. The taste. Half reminds me of some time with your dad. Maybe that pond he was always dredging at the pirate ship? We are bouncing. And that's part of the I think fun of ShuffleComp is that like you do have all these frankly random like aleatoric elements, and it's like, okay, how do you fit these things together? I don't know. Very cool. Smell. There's the smell. So keep chatting. No, we're still here. I'm gonna eat another potato chip. What about regular potato? Oh, I can cook a potato now. I cook up a bowl of my special mashed potatoes. Rebecca and I have some for lunch with a side of seaweed. There's plenty left over. Eat a mashed potato. I nibble a bit more of the mash. It's delicious, but the mushy texture always reminds me of rotting and decay. So I'm assuming I need to find another place to so ride the zip line. Oh, crowbar. Interesting how that has to happen. Okay. Item and location. I swallow down the mash and breathe in the wood rot from the pontoon. It takes me back to Russia. I'm chained up in a rotting shack in the woods outside of Moscow. It smells of wood rot and my own stale sweat. Who is May? I won't tell you anything. I repeated over and over again. Okay. None of that. If I taste mug, can I eat a potato chip in this trying time? Okay. So I guess beg. I don't know. Please. I don't know. Would you like some cereal? I'm lying in bed in a ward. It's like a hospital, but very quiet. An orderly has left a bowl of cereal for me. It's clean, sterile, but there's a faint whiff of something more inhospitable, almost sickly sweet. Eat cereal. I embrace the memory of eating that sugary sweet slop. The last time I ate this stuff regularly was when I was a kid. Take cereal. Smell. Eat more cereal. Eat mashed potatoes. Eat potato chips. Taste mug. No. What if I drop? Nope, I can't drop a memory. I can't go anywhere either. Can't drop a memory. I'm not going to bodge about throwing mash around. I'm confused. Sorry. So I just went through everything. There's nowhere for me to go. Or maybe that's the end of the game. If I drop everything that I can. I have a memory of Captain Crunch, I have a bowl of mashed potatoes, I have a memory of potato chips. Last time I ate this stuff regularly when I was a kid. I guess this is the end? I'm gonna leave the save that thanks to Retro Homebrew. But sorry. I'm gonna leave that save and maybe come back, but it says 0 at the top. What happens if I restart? Or restore? Yeah, that's 0. That 0 makes me think maybe something's... I guess that's the end of it. Interesting. I'm gonna call that one game down. So that was Man Unlidded by Joey Jones. It's definitely interesting. I think there's some like I am not in love with this engine, and I think the engine is more for like puzzle driven games than something that's more, you know, narrative / action driven, or even like physical, like a physical model of the world driven. But I love the idea of smelling, and I love the idea of putting together two items and that being how you moved forward and moved through the situations. So that's cool. That's a really good way to start things off. Call that one down. Neat. What do we got? We got another one. Wheel of Morality. Turn, turn, turn. Cool, I know this one. So we have Tableaux. And Tableaux is cool, and why I'm excited about it is because it is TADS. And it is not it's not every day that you get to not play a browser game. But play TADS. This is second year. Yeah. So it is the second year of the relaunched ShuffleComp. The ShuffleComp. It was originally from like 2015 or whatever, but I will not pretend to. I looked at some of the stuff from the older shuffle comps, and frankly, when there are so many games in the world, but yeah, welcome on in, Shiny. Oh, Dissolute saw you. Who actually was very nice to me personally and let me know of a bug in my game. Which I can always appreciate. It is always appreciated to let people know that there are bugs in their amateur games. So yeah, so this is Tableaux. This is a TADS game, and this is what it starts out with, which actually confused me at the start, because I think if we go to the game page, never mind. This game likely only works under QTADS, which I don't have, but this is Gargoyle. Gargoyle has never led me wrong. Let's find out. You've been cursed with loneliness the entirety of your life, and quite frankly, you're quite sick of it. So when you get an unsolicited invitation to a very fancy party, you thought you were in luck. So you dressed the nines in a suit custom made for the occasion. Literally, it was built around you, and some cutting will be required to get you out. And came along. Everything seemed all right. Polished metal gates, diamond-encrusted squid heads, at least you think they were squids, stuck everywhere on the outside of the building. Unfortunately, you've crossed the threshold and the golden door and promptly vanished behind you, leaving you stuck in a less than alright ballroom. Plus, you swear you've now got some things stuck in your previously empty pockets. Nothing will ever turn out roses for you, will it? So this is Tableaux, an interactive melange by Dissolved, which I'm happy to update. You see, one should read the games that they play. Alright, so we're in a ballroom. It's a wondrous yet decrepit ballroom. Once beautiful, but with all features rotted away. What remains is sort of a gray indistinctness. In any case, this is hardly what you expected from the invitation. There seems to be a rather bizarre crowd here, fallen into the same sort of gray indistinctness that makes up the rest of the ballroom. A gray crowd, for sure. So, Parser rules. Me. You are as stylish as ever, but as yet still haunted by that maddening loneliness which seems to dog you everywhere. A very lonely woman. You are carrying an emerald trouser suit being worn. The suit pocket contains a mysterious note and a strange key. Well, we just start out with some nouns. Me. I. Zizzy doesn't do anything. That's fine. Doesn't need to. Just always good to check. A trouser suit quite literally made from emeralds. Made by the gem-weaving spiders you got as a Christmas present last year. From yourself. From the damnably useless emeralds you got as a Christmas present the year before that. Also, from yourself. It does look pretty spiffy though. The suit pocket contains a mysterious note and a strange key. Alright, read note. Excellent. Some developer notes. Okay. And then what about this key? A strange key, seemingly made out of an oily yet hard substance, almost entirely quite unlike rock. Whoops. Seems strange to have a key without a door, though. Alright. We got some nouns here. We got features. We got, invitation. We got a crowd. From just a very sketchy first impression, this would appear to be an ordinary crowd. However, paying more attention, you notice that they are rather terribly gray. And for that matter, the hubbub of the crowd does not particularly match up with any real language. The crowd seems more like a representation of a mass of humanity than anything composed of real people. Has anyone in it, if indeed there is anyone there, actually talked to anyone? Well, after being a little confused by the last game, I am very happy to get some clear cluing. I do want to try moving. There are no obvious exits. Great. Well, talk to self. Nope. Talk to me. Talking to yourself won't accomplish anything. Talk to crowd. You try to talk to the gibbering crowd members. This is initially useless, but they slowly begin to rot, eventually dissolving into nothing, with a flash of gray, sickly light. As this happens, a strange door appears from nowhere. Bloody typical for how everything's going so far. A strange door, seemingly made out of the same knot stone as the key. It looks rather out of place in this ballroom, and given the unusual circumstances of how it appeared, you'd rather not know where it's supposed to be. But it is the first solid lead out of here, even so. The door is covered with various macabre designs, faded into illegibility. It's closed. I don't care that they're faded. I see no design here. Oops. Fine. Well, I guess open door. The strange door seems to be locked. Unlocked door with key. First, taking the strange key from the suit pocket, unlocked. Open door. Opened. Go door. Enter door. There we go. Notice board's lament. While the ballroom was bare, this is even more so. Quite frankly, it appears to just be a void, with the sole exception of the notice board, which somehow seems to occupy all possible walls of the knot space simultaneously. At best, you see some hallucinations of countless newspaper offices creeping around the corners of your eyes, but a few hallucinations are hardly a substitute for actual things. The door remains, although you find going back to an empty ballroom an even more dubious prospect than remaining in an almost empty void. There's that fucking notice board, assaulting your sense of privacy, good taste, and geometry from the moment you laid eyes on it. X. Hallucinations. Offices. Okay. Well, X. Notice board. A notice board, seemingly made of various materials from the mundane, bog standard cork to the expensive. Quite frankly, how are the pins supposed to go into diamond exactly? To the outright weird. The part made of opalescent flesh still makes your skin crawl, especially since you could feel it watching you. Lack of eyes be damned. While you swear you've seen notices on it that aren't romantic, all of those that you see and remember are. How irritating. That's an interesting tense shift. And I mean that as in, not as in like this is a bad thing, but in a, that feels, what's the word I'm looking for? That feels like it's intentional. All right, read notice. The droning mass of messages, missives, and media, all dreaming of proclaiming their sender's undying love to some sod unfortunate enough to believe them. Surprisingly ordinary for the exceedingly strange notice board they're mounted on. Lots of them are augmented by strange drawings of hearts, which appear very curious to you. Some of them are cartoonish, some of them realistic, some of them grotesque. All of these drawings of hearts have a strangely alluring character to them. Their haunting beauty just makes you want to reach out and take them, no matter how impossible that may seem. So I'm interested in this because this is a very guide you by the hand kind of parser. And my first thought was like, do we want this to be a parser? Do we want this to you know, like the last game I was struggling with the very item based, and actually I really love how the way that it's written is guiding you through the parser. So that's really cool. It's funny, I almost kind of wish this was in that other system, because this is so item based and like single action. Yeah, take hearts. You reach into the mass of paper and try to pull out a heart. The papers flutter and convulse in unison, as if part of one gigantic organism of wood pulp and pulped hopes. Slowly, ever so slowly, you realize you are pulling a heart, an actual human heart, out of these tumultuous scraps. The heart beats eerily in time with your own, and this struggle continues for a while, as slow as syrup, until, with one last pull, you extricate the heart from its manifold papery prisons. This all seems like a magnificent, if useless, achievement at first, until you realize two things. Firstly, your heart seems to have mysteriously disappeared, corresponding with the acquisition of this strange miracle. And secondly, the void around you has dissipated. Looking about you reveals that you are on some long-abandoned road, paved in that false stone that turned up so much in your latest excursion, and that in the distance is a decrepit city made of the same, burning, with towers and obelisks long cast down, still visible from this great distance. You don't get much time to enjoy the view, however, as you immediately collapse dead away. Playing the part of a real troublemaker, but I didn't care. It really moved me. It really moved me. It's The Passions. I'm in love with a German film star. Okay. Now wait a minute. Now wait a minute. Images, a ballroom, a heart, broken towers cascade through your mind as you awaken from cryo-assisted sleep, guaranteed to extend your productive longevity for extractive labor. Apparently. But you suspect that it's just a sop to the cryopod industry, since mass shipping frozen prisoners in and defrosting as needed became an unpopular method of importing labor. Strange dreams or horrific visions may be unusual, but more thrilling than the nothingness of subtitling films, one after the other, one after the other. It's surprising that's a profitable use of corvée labor. Even more so since you're just a clone of the colonist who's supposedly being taxed. Enough of musing over your misery. It's time to get to work. First things first, you'll have to get dressed. Oh, and you see signs that the pump which supplies power to non-essential to life devices has broken. Guess you'll just have to scrounge up a solution to that if you want to do anything. So I was saying how much I like being handheld. That's a lot of hand-holding. That's okay. Dismal bedroom. Smooth surfaces and metal, built so Spartan and minimalist that there isn't a scrap of the room that is dedicated to anything other than maximizing worker productivity. A philosophy which presumably includes making sleeping as uncomfortable as bloody possible. Comfort, productivity, and cheap. Pick any two. To the west is your workspace. The hulking slab of steel adorned with a few tubes that you call, rather reluctantly, a bed, looms over the room, as unpleasant as life. The piece of metal deemed by your employers to qualify as a dressing table lies here. On the dressing table is a boiler suit. The tool pocket contains a heart. The uncomfortable pod. So we're looking at the bed now. The uncomfortable pod is in which you are frozen to sleep by order of your work contract. You wish you could say this was the worst bed you've ever slept in, but alas, that would require having knowledge of other beds, as anything more than data and speculation. You aren't that fortunate. It's closed. Okay, open bed. You've just gotten out of it. You hardly want to get in again, and you've had enough of seeing its insides for a long while. Okay. Looking at the table, barely qualifies as a table rather than simply as a slab of metal. You keep your clothes, well, rather your one set of clothes, on it, and not much else, for lack of anything to put on it. On the dressing table is a boiler suit. The tool pocket contains a heart. Okay. So we're a different person now. Almost certainly. That's kind of interesting. Definitely a hard left turn. You may be a clone of a woman who always likes to look the best her limitless fortune can afford, but you're a debt slave clone with a limited budget who only interacts with people via computer systems, so you look rather shabbier than that. You're really worried about that pump. Pump? Interesting. The button for your VR uplink shows there's no call for you. Unsurprising. Okay, so I think there's a few things. What pump? I see no pump. Yeah, yeah, okay. What about the uplink? It's a button that activates the VR uplink implanted in your head, used for the rare times a conversation with you is necessary, not just a message sent by the terminal. Okay. I guess wear a suit. It's a boiler suit designed for industrial work. Obviously not designed for your current line of work, it must have been ordered in bulk. The tool pocket contains a heart. A heart, somehow still beating. You're unsure how it got here, but you're somehow convinced it's important. Okay. We have bed, we have malformed metal table. Cool. So we go west. This is your workspace. A place where you live the entirety of your life that isn't in a cryopod, basically. To the east is your bedroom, and to the west is the power room. Your desk remains bolted to the north wall, as usual. The desk terminal is lightless and powerless. To the south is the airlock door. On the desk are a film viewer and a film canister. Okay. This work desk is unlike the abomination of a table in your bedroom, an actual desk. Among its few, that is to say its only notable features, is an integral terminal. On the desk are a film viewer and a film canister. The desk terminal is lightless and powerless. Tell me more about this terminal. This computer terminal is not the latest or the greatest, but it provides what paltry access to outside information you can get. Given how antiquated this sector's systems are, someone more talented than you could probably use this terminal to hack this sector's central computer. Turn on terminal. Okay. So we have a film. The device you use to view films for your work. While portable, it is dependent on wireless power from the greater structure. As such, it is currently out of commission. You look through it to view films. Canister. The film's canister containing the German film that is your latest subtitling victim. The usage of film is necessary because of the Bureau of Information's information quarantine measures on all digitally transmitted information. Interesting. Get viewer. Put open canister. That is not something. Put canister in viewer. Done. You X viewer. Okay. Well, interesting. South is the airlock door. Well, let's go south. You've often contemplated asphyxiating yourself, but today is not yet that day. Oh, to the west is the power room. This room contains the pump and all other odds and sods necessary for powering the various inessential devices of the facility. A rat's nest of cables and the like, but luckily there's only one relevant thing here today. The pump is eerily silent. You should check it out. A rather complex pump that is responsible for handling part of the power generation. The actual pumping component is defunct, and you need to replace it with something. Put heart in pump. It feels somewhat strange to do so, but you manage to replace the defective pumping mechanism with the heart. The pump, and thus the power, resumes functioning, although the sight of the new fleshy component is somewhat disturbing. It's time to start work. The device you use to view films for your work, while portable, is dependent on wireless power from the greater structure. As such, it is currently working tickety-boo. You look through it to view films. It contains a film canister. Look through viewer. The film's fine enough, and the main lead, German, naturally for a German film, is fetching enough. But out of the corner of your eye, you can't help but notice some anomalies. Oh well, there's still some more film to go. You're getting unnerved now. At some points you can swear you can see the damn film star. Or perhaps something using his image talking to you. Whatever the fuck is happening, it's surprisingly alluring. Nearing the final stretch of film, too. The thing in the image is talked a bit more, in as much as talking is possible with strangely altered sections of film. It appears to be offering restitution for your current state of bondage. You're inclined to take them up on it, but this medium of communication is terribly vague. And you've finished the film, too. You've already finished working on the film. There's other matters to attend to. Your VR implant buzzes, alerting you to an incoming call. Well, let's look at the terminal first. Interesting. Okay. Press button. You're quite surprised to face the thing. Perhaps you should call them Shadow, since they might be one of those psychic shadows alleged to be the reason for the current information hygiene regulations. In virtual reality, still using the guise of the German film star, negotiations begin, and a plan is formed to get the pair of you off this rock. A temporary merger, hacking the central computer of the complex, followed by the detonation of the reactor. The manager could be framed as overclocking it to increase mining performance. And what little rights you do have include the absolution of debt and repatriation to Earth in such circumstances. As soon as you disconnect from the VR call and let Shadow, you still don't have a better name, in from the airlock, he enters your mind. And that's the merger done. Now for the rest of the plan. So hack terminal. You're surprisingly quick to break into the main computer system with Shadow's aid. It's easy to forge information indicating that the site's manager was running the reactor out of bounds for greater mining efficiency. It's hardly the first time such a thing has happened, and arranging the reactor to blow up in such a way that you'll survive is trivial, considering you're at opposite ends of the facility. Transmission received. Redacted by Bureau of Information, yes. Path redacted.piltdown.roland to earth.thermopylae.durandal. Approved for broadcast, yes. Message packet begins. In an accident at a multi-purpose labor facility at the Redacted colony on Redacted, the central reactor has detonated, leaving 10 survivors for repatriation. One, formerly designated as Arena 110B7, was asked for comment by the Redacted Central News Bureau, but refused. Said former clone laborer has caused a stir with her possession of a knife, called by one witness as ritualistic, of believed Earth manufacture, a rarity for someone of such a low status in the colony. Keep up with the latest developments in this occurrence and many others by subscribing to the interstellar broadcast of the Redacted Central News Bureau. Epilogue. Doubt is a siren without any sound at all. You've felt unable to stand living ever since you realized the pressure and self-doubt that you were existing under hardly made it feel like living at all. Not that you hate being, but you'd prefer to be without being alive. You've bothered doctors, magicians, and diviners, all in an attempt to find a way to achieve this seemingly impossible goal. Your bothering of diviners has led you here, to a seemingly insignificant spot in the flesh wastes, indistinguishable from any other spot. But you know what you seek is here. You know it in your bones. The entirety of this landscape is shaped from various masses of flesh. You're only interested in a specific one, the one you're standing in front of. You were told where to find it by a diviner a week ago. The flesh bubble continues to bubble and hiss across the floor. The flesh mass you were standing before calmly bubbles away from its pool on the floor, with its texture similar to a pork mousse. It looks sufficiently thick that you could cut it with a knife. Alright, I'm carrying a knife. You're so tired. You can barely comprehend the shape of yourself. You feel like you're bursting at the seams from the pressure of being human. You just want it to cease. Interesting. The knife is a gaudy thing, sharp but flashy, seemingly designed for some kind of ritualistic practice, hence the name. You can't recall where you acquired it, but you figured since it was plenty sharp, it must be plenty useful. It fades in and out, as if it's not entirely here. Cut flesh with knife. You cut through the flesh bubble. It moves a bit further away, which reveals a tunnel downwards. As you leave the tunnel, it constricts until it disappears. We're now in the glass forest. What looks like a perverse mockery of a forest where the trees are made of glass. Nothing here catches your attention apart from a few flecks of a grayish rot floating in the air. An incongruous patch of sand, disconcertedly it's the color of blood, leads away from here to the north. You see no sand here. Come on. It's a sea of indistinguishable lumps of glass. As you wander into the desert, you lose your way. You couldn't find your way back even if you wanted to. You're in a sea of blood-red sand greets you. Indistinguishable dunes rolling away until the horizon is filled. However, significant amounts of the sand is scarred by more of the same gray rot. A strange piece of swampland leads away to the north. As you wander into the swamp, you realize it's only safe to go forwards. You couldn't go back and live. The swamp seems mostly consumed by the rot, with a few black patches remaining here and there. But it's not rotten enough for you. Rotten path goes off to the north. As you wander into the summit of rot, you realize you have no way back and you don't care. You have entered a supremely rotten wasteland. The rot has consumed all the land and water and seems to be working on consuming the air and light around here as well. There is no way forward. There is a crowd of people consumed by the rot here, seemingly acting as one being. The crowd of rotten people remain in the state of annihilation you wish to achieve. You can feel the pull of the rot calling you to enter and become one with it. Your goal is within sight. Okay. Enter rot. The gray rot isn't important. Wait. The rot has consumed all. You can even feel it consuming you. Glorious. Cut rot. Okay. Talk to crowd. Feel like if you did that, you'd ruin everything. The peace of the crowd destroyed. Enter. Forward? North? Consume? Consume. Right. Enter crowd. There we go. You dissolve into the crowd, quickly rotting to nothing. Everything about you is dissolved. Your loathings, your fears, your desires, your hatreds, your loves, your quirks, and everything else all becoming nothing. What remains is in some way happy, but ultimately, like anyone else in the crowd, doesn't notice when it's destroyed by a woman in a green dress. Then again, that woman always had problems being remembered, let alone noticed, so perhaps that's unsurprising. All's well that ends where it began. Interesting. So that was Tableaux by Dissolved. This was interesting. It was a little disjointed for sure. That being said, I liked the vibe, and I liked both of these games are good at doing setting. And again, you're constantly doing this game of how am I putting together these ideas. So that's interesting. Cool. And I mean, 78 moves, not much. Plus some of me fighting through. That's interesting. Oh, cool. One more to not that game yet. No one saw that. All right. Let's see what the next game is. Okay. Raven and Cardinal. Do. All right. Raven and Cardinal. Raven and Cardinal. Okay. So Raven and Cardinal. I say this like 100 times, and I still don't update the Raven and Cardinal. Raven and Cardinal? Raven and Cardinal. Raven and Cardinal is by Bez. Bez has written a lot of cool stuff for a lot of different things. Some stuff for IFComp. Some stuff for I think Seed Comp. He did a interesting. Okay. Well. Interesting. Glad my co-host isn't here. But yeah, some stuff for Seed Comp, the year that I was trying to do something for it. And what is interesting, so like, and I'm just poking at these links. The starring. So this might have sound. Let me make sure. Oh, cool. We do have sound. Oh, we'll keep an eye on that. All right. But yeah, Bez has done a lot of work in the Eye of Space. Starring 2 people. VA usually means voice actors, so I'm excited for this kind of. Let's see what's up. As I traveled back to the hotel, I sent a message on my phone. Mission accomplished. Oh, hang on. Oh, it's got its own music. That's way better. A little quieter than I was hoping, but heck yeah. So mission accomplished, indeed. You did a fantastic job bringing the other players to the table. That full house, amazing. This whole thing was your idea to begin with, so you deserve credit too. Thanks, Tom. Are you at our hotel yet? Yes, I got here a while ago. Cool. I'm still on the train. When I get back to the hotel, I'll have some fun with you, if you know what I mean. I actually wanted to talk to you about that. Oh? Can I call you? Sure. Go ahead. Remember, only code names are fun. So one thing that I like about this, like at the start, so you have Diamond, you have a lot of like strong imagery that it's using. I think that's really cool.
Hey, Raven.
Hey there, Cardinal. My handsome, submissive man.
Oh, you.
What? I can't say things I know are true anymore? You're going to be even more handsome once you get top surgery in July. I just know it.
Thanks, hon. Ever since I met you, I've felt so much more confident as a trans-masked person. I hope I've given you the same thing.
Of course you have. You and me, we're a T for T power couple. Nothing can stop us.
Right.
So heck yeah. The way the voice that specifically Raven's voice is done is real slimy.
So, what did you want to talk to me about?
Listen, you taking me under your wing was the best thing that ever happened to me. I want you to know that. You've given me so much. I never thought being a confidence man could be so fulfilling. But sometimes I feel like... well, sometimes I feel like we're going to fail. You and I.
So we got 3 choices here. Of course we're not. Trust me, hun. Why do you feel that way? Hey, it's okay. Shh. So... I always feel weird with relationship-based games in general because you have, okay, am I playing a character or do I pick the objectively correct choice given that there's like, okay, subtly manipulative actually asking and trying to learn more, and just utter dog. I'm going to go. I'm gonna go with being good.
Why do you feel that way? You and me, we're a team. We bring out the
Okay,
best in
no,
each
they're
other.
They're all
No
manipulative.
way we're going to
Okay,
fail.
cool.
I don't mean as confidence men. I mean romantically.
Oh. Oh. Why do you think that? I thought we were doing really well.
I guess I'm just worried that you'll grow bored of me. I mean, we haven't been working together very long, and you've been around the block with more experienced people than me, both conning people in bed. Can I ask you something?
Of course.
You could have chosen anyone to be your partner in crime. Why did you choose me?
Because I saw potential in you, because I wanted to work with someone like me, because I had a crush on you. Well, now that I know that all the choices are horribly manipulative, selfish. Because I wanted to work with someone.
Because I wanted to work with someone like me. I wanted a partner who understands what it's like to be transmasculine. Someone who understands that the way people see you matters and can use their presentation to get what they want or need. You fit that to a T. When we're flattering a mark, you use gender as a malleable object to get what we need. And outside of that, you're true to yourself. I admire that. I'll admit, sometimes I feel bad that I brought you into this life. But mostly, I'm glad you're here with me.
Don't feel bad. It's not like you dragged me here against my will. I wanted to con people with you.
That is true. Anyway, I hope I've helped reassure you a little bit, babe. Did that help at all?
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit? Is there something else you want to talk about, hun?
It's about the things we do in bed.
Go on.
So, obviously, potential content warning, put the earmuffs on the kids.
Look,
Go
I
on.
love what we're doing. I want to be a good submissive for you, more than anything. But because of that, I'm scared of letting you down.
Oh, hun, no. That's not gonna happen. You wouldn't let me down. And you've been enjoying everything we've been doing, I'm sure.
Well,
Wait. Have you not been enjoying yourself? Did I do something wrong?
So, any time that this kind of stuff comes up, I'm reminded a lot of like the dialogue that oh my gosh, what is the writer's name? I'm just gonna say Shinies and really quickly Google. Stepan Sajic. He's a DC artist right now. He writes a lot of and draws just utterly cheesecakey stuff. No hate. I actually quite like it, but specifically his big work is Sunstone, which is specifically about like bondage and relationships and slice of life stuff within that. But one of the things that is rightfully oh, my mic. So it is. Thank you. Yeah, so one of the things that Shiny's writing in particular is like kind of knocked on is just how much he moralizes about kink and things like that. I'm not in love with this dialogue, but that's fine.
It's nothing you did. Not exactly. There are just times where you go a little far and I have to build up my courage to safe word out of it. And when that happens, I feel bad for stopping you. But I also feel bad it took me so long to speak up. I'm sorry.
This is an interesting turn of choices here. Let's go with dirtbag choices.
I was in your shoes once. I get it.
You were?
Yeah? What? Does a confident dom being a nervous submissive surprise you?
Yeah, a little bit, honestly.
Hey, at least you're honest. But, anyway, there were times when I sacrificed my enjoyment and comfort for my dom instead of safe wording. And that was definitely the wrong thing to do. If something makes you uncomfortable, there's no shame in cutting it short. If both of us don't get something good out of it, it's pointless to me. Safe wording when it's too much is something to be proud of.
Really?
Yeah, hun. I'll be sure to check in with you more frequently in the future. That way, if you get tongue-tied, I'll still be able to give you an out. Sounds good?
Yeah. Thanks, babe.
You're welcome, my submissive little man. Look, you're a very important person to me. I love you, Cardinal. There's no way I'm letting you go anytime soon.
Thanks, Raven. I love you too.
I should be back in about 15 more minutes, if this upcoming stop is any indication. I'll see you at the hotel, and when we get there, we can have some fun, okay?
Sounds good, babe. I'll see you then.
All right. See you soon. Love you.
Love you too.
I hung up the phone and leaned back in my seat with a smile. We truly are birds of a feather. Okay, so thoughts. I'm not sure on a lot of things. I'm not sure on what kinds of interactivity there is there. I'm not sure on that side of things. I didn't feel like the choices were all that different. I think so. If they're con men, I don't know if you're working from like really quick sketch of a con man. I don't know if a con man is going to have a straightforward but necessary to hear point of view on the appropriateness of safe wording. Maybe I just like toxic shit. I don't know. It's interesting. I really liked, I think something that's underused in the IF community is voiceover work. I think a lot of us have the ability to do it. It does cost money. So I do think the voiceover added a lot, because especially with Raven, you could hear the dynamic of like kind of smarmy and kind of innocent, and I think that was fun. Definitely interesting. I don't think we're going to play anything else that is explicitly about how it feels to need to safe word. I am gonna come back to I don't think mean evil con men in my head anyway are going to follow like SSC and safe wording. That's just me. But that's really interesting. So this is based off of one song. You could use any number of songs, and I think that's worth it. You know, it's a different way to handle the fact that like either you have this like back and forth, you have this like things, you know, you're pulling in a bunch of different things and trying to like fit the, you know, Duplo blocks with the Mega blocks with the Legos, or you're or if you can go the other way and focus on one song and have like a singular vision. And I think that's cool. Neat. What's next? Who knows? Let's find out. Let's get our tunes back though. Oops. I don't know why I'm turning up the Spotify, like, anyway. What's next? Don't mind me. Oh, cool. Oh, wait. Well, something had 2 chances of being on there. That's fine. I hope I didn't miss any, but that's good. So the other boop. The other parser game is here. Anolelona. By Caleb Wilson. Just make sure I'm like keeping things all set up. Cool. Anolelona. Good enough. So this is made in Inform. Cool. I just want to make sure that the online version looked kind of similar, and it does. And that's cool. So let's get started. After you die, if your coffin isn't sealed all around with pewter nails, you'll seep down through the soil. Thinner than mist, you'll drain past root, worm, and stone, through the spigot and into the lozenge. Anolelona, an interactive fiction. Talk to characters with talk to. Other verbs are in form standard. Type about for further information. Well, fine. Fine, I'll type about. Oh, great. Okay. It is always fun, so this is... I may have made a tactical error in in the songs that I put up. So this is the second one with one of my songs. Interestingly, both of the ones with my songs have been Parser games. And part of what I really, really liked with my choices was that they were all instrumental, because what I had in my head, because I misunderstood, because close reading is not my skill sometimes. I misunderstood the prompt, and I thought it was like everybody just got a random playlist. So I made a full like playlist, and then in a wonderful aleatoric process, my finely crafted playlist got broken up across multiple people, and maybe some of them didn't even work or didn't even get used. And it's like, okay, how do you use that? Which I specifically chose because it's instrumental. Anyway, so specifically the video by Yevhenia Vinokurova. Interesting. I will have to check that out. Anyway, so we're on the Great Lawn. This resting place is almost wide enough to allow a ball game if there were other players. But the ground is lumpy, and the tangled blue and purple grass would hide all but the biggest ball. The atmosphere is cool and damp, moving in fitful billows. North, the ground rises to a high field. South is a cliff's edge, and beyond it, open air. A staircase, chiseled into the cliff's face, zigzags downward. East, green water flows south over the cliff to fall alongside the stairs. A bridge will let you across. West is a church-sized heap of cracked rocks. A low passage leads into the heart of the mountain. A chime rings out. A new resident is ready to arrive. Oops. Okay. Well, smell. Okay. So we have staircase. Can I see that from here? I can't. Okay. Well, okay. So north is a high field. South is a cliff's edge. I probably do not need to make a map, but I'm going to. So we have northeast, southwest. Let's go north. Throughout these high fields, oh, you hike up the hill, wild air whistling in your ears. Throughout these high fields, deposits of polychrome clay have bulged from the soil, then hardened into oblong plaques as long as school buses. Where the clay hasn't smothered them, blue and purple grass stems flail. Blue and purple grass stems flail. The shape of the wind is made known as it flattens and darkens the grass in momentary patterns. There's a little hut to the west made of woven branches. South, down a slope, are calmer parts of Lozenge. Just east, the Green River hums. You can barely see its source, a vast reclining statue far to the northeast. What did I do? I went north, so I can go east, northeast, or west. A hut. A hut. Sounds good. Factotum's hut. The fibrous woven walls and ceiling let through a little light. In a more active realm, its materials would have long since crumbled away to rubble. Through a doorway to the east, you can see the bulging clay of the highlands. A crude string hammock stretches from one wall to the other. Anolelona hung it up when they lived here. You suppose it's yours to use now. Anolelona also brought in a machine of rusty metal, which sits in the corner and comes to the height of your waist. It says through a doorway. Okay, through a doorway to the east, so we've gone into the hut already. Let's look at the walls. The hut's materials are humble indeed, but you never ask for anything more. The hammock is empty. Let's look at the machine. So just kind of going through all of the items. It's a cake press, according to what Anolelona told you. Over their long tenure as a factotum, they discovered dozens of ramshackle machines in distant regions of Lozenge. Though most weren't worth reassembling, like this one or the leaf cutter near Yolm. The machinery consists of an iron, a plate, a crank, and a release button, standing up on 5 spindly metal legs. That seems really complicated. I'm gonna lay in the hammock instead. That's not a verb I recognize. Sit in hammock. You get into the hammock. Swing comfortably. Swing in the hammock. I'm in the hammock. Okay. The hammock's just there. That's nice, I guess. Can I sleep? Can I sleep in the hammock? You close your eyes and rest for a moment, but a factotum's work is never done. Fine. Okay. So let's look at this machine again. After a little nappy poo. Okay, it's a cake press. So, can we look at... Okay. The iron is designed to slap down on the plate. When the iron presses down onto the plate, something remarkable will congeal from the atmosphere of Lozenge. There's a crank. You can turn it to raise the iron. There's a button to release the iron. Okay, so turn crank. Oh, okay. I see. I just looked over to the itch page for it. It says with a old bug was that the hammock the hammock was a bug. Don't get into the hammock. Well, it's updated now. I can leave the hammock when I want. Anyway, turn crank. The iron rises from the plate as you turn the crank. Can we turn the crank again? It won't turn anymore. Press button. The mechanism clicks. The iron slams down against the plate. The iron slowly lifts, leaving a thin layer of cake congealed on the surface of the plate. Get cake. Cake dissolves into floating slime as you try to pick it up. Okay, let's do this again. Turn crank, press button. Turn crank, press button. The iron slowly lifts, leaving a second thin layer of cake perched on top of the first. Turn crank, press button. A third thin layer of cake. How many does it do? When the iron slowly lifts, the cake is entirely gone. It must have collapsed after getting too large to support itself. Okay, so 3. Let's look at the cake. A ghostly slice of cake with 3 delicate tears. You recall Anolelona's excitement when they finally got the cake press working. Why are you running around and smiling so wide with both your mouths, you wonder? You know how our sense of taste is so faded here? They almost shouted. Now this machine will condense the sparse flavors of lozenge into something that even we strange creatures can taste. You're not strange, you told Anolelona. I'm a lizard with 2 front halves, they said. I'm the very definition of strange. Get cake. You gently extract the 3-tiered slice of cake from the cake press. Interesting. Oh, we have a lot of things. I didn't do my standard things. X me. You are a Lohim tongue, a temporary factotum of lozenge. You keep using that word, and I don't think I know what it means. It's okay. I don't need to. Cool. Let's look at my cape. Residents of Lozenge don't normally wear clothing, but since you were going to be here longer than normal, Anolelona thought you might get cold and made you this cape. It used to be warmer and bluer. There's a lot of, like, themes of fading away in these games. Residents of Lozenge don't normally wear clothing, but Anolelona thought you might like to wear something while you were acting as a factotum, so they made you this brownish hat. Its tall, pointed crown slumps, and its brim wavers, but it's an impressive piece of crafting for a creature as distractible as Anolelona. So, I know because my wonderful co-host taught me well that one of the first things that you should always do in a Parser game is check your pockets. But, like, I don't remember anything about a letter. How long would it have been? Like, okay, let's see what the letter is. I mean, clothes is one thing, and that just seems like flavor. But this is the letter Anolelona gave you after you agreed to take over their factotum duties for a short while. That was ages ago, and now the letter has mostly been worn into illegibility, except for the last sentence, which reads, "Thanks again for helping me out. You're a good friend. Do not worry, I will be back soon. Anolelona." Which, as I'm seeing it in a different size and placement, Anolelona? Anolelona. I don't know. Fortunately, you know the beginning lines of the letter by heart, in which Anolelona explained the duties you agreed to perform in their absence. Remember letter? Okay. Interesting. Okay. Well, we did that. Let's go east and northeast. On the long walk through blue and purple hummocks, your mind wanders. You think of another time you came this way. Anolelona was at your side. Actually, they were running circles around you in excitement, switching directions now and then so each head had the chance to go first. "I've discovered something amazing," they told you. "I've found a way out of here. The way to what's next." "We know what's next," you said. "It's the choir mount. It's the eternal chorus." "No," cried Anolelona. "Choir mount is a dead end. I mean to keep exploring forever." A red sandstone statue the size of a skyscraper lies here on its back, sunk halfway into the ground like it's on a soft feather bed. From the statue's ear floods humming green water, the source of the river which runs southwest. The statue's head, a rough, bald bulwark, has a closed door in the middle of its crown, leading northwest. Here it lies, like a sleeping building, its stone arms folded over its chest, eyes closed, a vast, unknowable smile on its skyward face. First opening the head, it seems to be locked. Okay. Things that I like, there's only one, it seems like there's only one thing to do in each room. I think that's a really good way to build small parser games, just personally. All right, east it is. There's nothing of interest in that direction, Anolelona checked. Oh, okay. Just east the Green River hums. Okay, well, we need a key. We go east, west, and south. There's a bridge. Let's go all the way to the south. That way is naught but open air. Okay. Let's go to the west. Cracked rocks. This is a decanting grotto. Underfoot are tottering chunks of stone. The mossy walls are piled up without a straight angle, converging overhead into a dome. You are struck by the stillness, as in a seldom entered chapel. East is a crack of light. At the center of the dome, at chandelier height, is a white ceramic spigot. Directly below the spigot is a block of pink and black marble, the size of a washing machine. Well, ex-marble. Once Anolelona told you they dreamed of a city built of this same black and pink marble. I suppose we'll never see such a thing now, you said. Yet we still may, shouted Anolelona. I've only just begun to plumb the mysteries of this place. Touch marble. You feel nothing unexpected. Okay. Spigot that new residence to lozengey drip. Turn spigot? The spigot is out of reach. Fortunately, it'll do its job automatically once the thought quartz is properly placed. So we need a key. We need thought quartz. Okay. Let's look at the stone. The mossy stones of the grotto are piled up as if by chance, and yet, as Anolelona often remarked, the space this chance produced is perfectly proportioned, and as harmonious in form and function as any design building of the upper world. Interesting. Okay, so we need two things now. We have only one more direction to go. So let's find out. So you're on a bridge made of red and yellow twigs, tightly woven together as if by some giant, painstaking bird. Water like green milk bubbles under the bridge, southward, toward a cliff. The water gives off a crackling hum you can feel throughout your body. West is a lawn, east a land of crumbled brick. Everywhere but south, which is over the cliff, and west, back across the humming water, lies flickering black and silver bog. A causeway built of faded blue and red bricks starts here, then runs northeast over the fizzy monochrome pools, winding higher and higher towards the distant choir mount. Yolm grows here, having sprouted up through the landing's decaying brickwork. To continue along the causeway, you'd have to push past Yolm's leafy bulk, though there'd be no way to avoid the glares of its eyeball fruits, which number 20 or more. A shining metal mechanism perches beside Yolm on 3 jointed legs. Yolm has a bulbous stem body covered with leaves the size of dinner plates. Eyeball fruits peer from between the leaves in all directions. According to Anolelona, Yolm was the first factotum of Lozenge, and was for a long time the only one. In those days, they claimed, the choirster's mass followed no pattern, with pure chance making eye and mouth holes in Yolm's leaves. Okay. Talk to Yolm. Yolm says, nothing to report. The causeway is secure. Okay. Mechanism. Anolelona found this odd machine, a leaf cutter, somewhere in the mazy wilds of Lozenge. According to what they told you, Lozenge used to be fully automated with machines like this. The machinery consists of a curved blade, a spring, and a lever for the factotum to pull. I like these machines. I think they're a little. Again, I am all for easy puzzles, especially when I'm streaming. On the other hand, okay, there's a sharp sickle set on a pivoting arm. When wound, the spring makes the sickle swing. X lever. The lever is the leaf cutter's trigger. So, wind, spring. So it's like telling you the verbs exactly when you examine it. That's kind of like how the last parser went. For little quick games, I think that's fine, obviously, but like I don't know. I'm very. Not that I want it to be more difficult, but pull lever. The mechanisms of the leaf cutter click, and the sickle swings on its arm, slicing first through the air, then severing one of Yolm's leaves from its stalk. The leaf falls to the ground. Yolm rattles in appreciation. So let's do that again. Yolm rattles warningly. Don't you dare. I only give 1 leaf per chime. Okay, fine. Get leaf. What's going on with this leaf? You see nothing special about it. But I got it. So I have a leaf and a cake. So if I go northeast, Yolm rattles its leaves in alarm. No, Lohim. Where do you think you're going? Only masked choirsters are allowed past me to choir mount. Can I wear the leaf? Can I can't. Oh. I see nothing special about the leaf. I need to have a masked choirster. Talk to Yolm. When's Anolelona coming back? Okay. These colorless pools likely contain, according to Anolelona, the primordial fluid from which all of Lozenge congealed. Though, they complained, we would probably never know for sure, since Yolm wouldn't let anyone pass to study the monochrome waters. So what happens if I wind the spring and I pull the lever again. I can't. Can I take the blade? Interesting. Okay. If I go west, we have water like milk. What about this bridge? Has a bounce to it, bit of bounce to it, but it hasn't fallen, to the best of your knowledge, so it must be sturdy. The water runs through a channel it carved itself on its endless quest toward lower ground, before eventually pouring off the cliff. It's opaquely green, like dyed milk. You do not know why it hums, and neither did Anolelona, though they often wondered. Oh, I can go down as well. Cool, cool, cool. Just enough stone has been carved free of the cliff face to make this zigzag stairway. Whatever chisel did the carving left the steps steep, as sharp as flint knives and slanted outward. However close you hug the stone, your elbow on the other side hangs out over nothingness. Despite all that, there's a fine view. Northeast is a low archway with a dim stone-bound room beyond it, and the stairs go up and down from here. So, what if we go northeast? A prism of negative space, excavated not far inside the cliff face. The way out is southwest. Underfoot is a soft mat of dead leaf matter, cut into fragments as small as confetti, though beneath that must be the same smooth stone as the walls and ceiling. Pzauz lies here on the leaf carpet of its own creation. Its puffy grayish length is curled up in a huge hoop, with the black mechanisms of its mandibles hanging down to the height of your head. The great worm drums its legs in the leaf litter, as if in excitement at your arrival. Pzauz is a cutworm, as large as a school bus. You asked Anolelona once how Pzauz got through the small archway of the workshop, and Anolelona said it was simple. When the worm moved into the workshop, it was much smaller. But the further question, they said, was why did they move? For once, according to Anolelona, Pzauz had crawled near Yolm, making each fallen leaf into a perfect mask where it fell, which meant a third factotum wasn't required to transport leaves between Yolm and Pzauz. This way, said Anolelona, there's more work just to keep us busy. Pzauz said, I have another dream about the perfect leaf, a tasty leaf. A most delicious leaf. Anolelona told me a joke once. It was funny, but I can't remember it now. Give leaf to Pzauz. You hold Yolm's leaf up to Pzauz's mandibles. The worm accepts it carefully, then nibbles away at the edge while turning it. Small pieces of the leaf flutter to the floor's litter, and when Pzauz is done, it hands you what it has cut from the leaf. A mask. Okay, wear a mask. Thanks? All residents must wear a choirster's mask like this in order to visit Choir Mount and join the Eternal Chorus there. So, southwest, down. Quartz wall. Okay, we are making quick progress. So it's like, I do find it always interesting to be like, well, what are we trying to accomplish with this game? And I think making a cool little world to do a few clear things in is something worth thinking about. I don't know. I really like the way that the world that this is creating. I like the character names. I like a lot about this. This is really, really cool. Like it's building out this world, and it's I think very much a like walking sim kind of game. But I like walking sims. So speaking of, the stair running up and down winds around a jut in the cliff wall. Fist-sized thought quartz crystals protrude from the jagged gray stone, though none within your reach. Alma perches a few yards beside the stairs on an outcropping so tiny as to be invisible. Her paws shift and tail swishes to keep her balanced. She's holding a thought quartz crystal in her mouth. Alma is a giant 8-limbed cat with russet fur whose duty it is to scale this cliff wall and gather thought quartz crystals. Once, Anolelona told you, it wasn't necessary for a factotum with such remarkable agility to gather the crystals from this cliff. In fact, they were scattered widely throughout Lozengi, many near enough to the polychromatic clay for new arrivals to coalesce without the aid of any factotum. Nobody needed to put the crystals below the spigot, you wondered? It seems not, Anolelona told you. The droplets focused as they fell, each unerringly striking a crystal. A marvel. Alma, clinging to the vertical stone wall with all her limbs, also clasped a thought quartz crystal in her mouth. Instead of trying to speak, with a toss of her head, she flings the crystal to you. Fortunately, you catch it neatly. Interesting. Alma says, the thought quartz is humming today. I don't know why the quartz hums. It does that sometimes. Don't worry. I won't pounce and make you fall down the stairs. That would be mean. Cool. Keep going down. A serene dampness gathers here at the cliff's base. You should probably climb the stairs back up before you become too stained or sodden. Otherwise, admire briefly the ivory sedges, which clump around the rims of still green pools. The humming water, having fallen down the cliff and finally discovered the low ground, lies motionless. Yellowish white stems, like little daggers, bristle in clusters. You find something rather sentimental lying amidst the sedges. The choirster's mask you were to have worn had you not taken Anolelona's place as factotum. Oh, that's oh! Now the leaf mask is slick and rotten. It must have been lying here at the bottom of the cliff ever since Anolelona tossed it over the edge. Are you sure you remember the masking? Fling it, you said. I won't need it. I believe in your project. You pick up the old choirster's mask as gently as you can, and yet it still splits between your fingertips. It's fragments, it shreds, and then it's gone. Interesting. Put thought quartz on block. You place the thought quartz crystal onto the marble block. A gleaming bead of liquid falls from the spigot and strikes the crystal. Its gleam soaks into the quartz. The thought quartz is warm in your hand and infused with a milky glow. If I go east, what if I give quartz to Alma? Alma doesn't seem interested. Okay, talk to Alma. Okay. It's the gleaming thought quartz crystal. Okay, so we have the quartz. Well, all right. Yeah. So we go to Yulm. There we go. Interesting. So the statue was a red herring. Good enough. Yulm lets you past. You start up the causeway. It slowly rises away from the bog. The verses of the eternal chorus grow louder as you approach. Your heart is beating faster. How foolish was it really to forsake this opportunity in service to Anolelona? This is what you were meant to do, the whole reason you came to Lozenge. What were you thinking? One last glance back at the top of the causeway. The music, just past the silver gate, is so loud your teeth rattle, and yet glorious. You feel it in every cell. And Lozenge has hidden itself behind a staticky fog. I'm here, you cry, and the words emerge from your lips as song, in perfect time and tune with the rest of the chorus, and tears of joy gather in the corners of your eyes. I kind of want to test something. So undo, west, north, northeast. X statue. Arms? Yeah, okay. So there were additional nouns. Anolelona believed the arms folded over the chest indicate that this statue was built to recline. The statue's smile never ceased to fascinate Anolelona. How does it feel, they would ask, to carve something so serene? Alright, get hammock. Alright. So maybe that is it. That was cool. I really like the imagery throughout the game. I really like the just overall like feeling of it. It's very, people say like Alice in Wonderland in a lot of situations, and I think like this is a good example of Alice in Wonderland in like the true meaning of it. Like the idea of like Jabberwocky or something like that is really sort of fantastical and meaningless, and yet has its own weird internal meaning. It's kind of how I felt with this, in a really positive way. That was really cool. I like that a lot. All right. What happens if we spin the wheel of morality again? You will see that Anolelona is still on there. We'll just skip it if it pops up. I want to do at least a couple more. Okay, this one I'm kind of excited for. abyssopelagic cable anomaly. So which one is that? Abyssopelagic cable anomaly. I think. I have to look up which one. Okay, hello dry. Strong cables. It's interesting to me. Oh my gosh, how many times have I tried to open up all of these dang games and not miss any? Oh, it is this one. Okay. Oops. All systems go. So it's really interesting to me. I you know, I won't drop the link again, but I made a ZZT game last year as part of the seed comp, and it's interesting to me that we end up with this kind of, they have this thing where like yellow borders in a ZZT game is like, oh, well, this is like baby's first ZZT, and it's not necessarily looked up on. It's interesting that one of at least a Twine template that I've seen a bunch is like really common, and not like, it's not like the first thing to say. As I'm trying to get the name of the author here. Here we go. That's a little better. Doot. Just dry. Or dree. And it's so like actually useful. I don't know, to have a layout be large print with obvious links. I don't know. I think that's cool. So this is abyssopelagic cable anomaly. Say that 5 times fast. Full screen is recommended. And cool. Another solar flare, Mira says, strong enough to affect as far south as the Philippine Pacific plate boundary. You groan, where every damn cable in this Pacific intersects. Mira nods. You have 10 minutes to pack. So, what did I click? Solar flare. Sunspit, cellular vomit, coronal mass ejection, an eye prolapsing out of its pupil. Sun was fixing to kill us, grandmother said. We had to go deeper. Mirror glances at you. Refocus. Plate boundary. Grinding. Gasping. Hard edges. Molten wounds. Mirror glances at you. Alright, pack. You haven't fully unpacked from the last trip, so there isn't much to add to your bag. Your compass, thermopressure suit, microbial oxygen mask, and underclothes are already inside. The repair tools are already in the sub, and you'll hunt on the way. There's room for one more item, a piece of jade from your grandmother. A knife from your mother, the last letter from her. The last letter from her. Who's her? Who knows? The compass, more useful for detecting geomagnetic anomalies than actual navigation now. Earth's magnetic field has been warped, stretched, chewed up, a churning sea layered over the one you live in. You flip it over and run your thumb over the small heart scratched into the metal. Microbial oxygen mask, it'll be too dark for phytoplankton-based breathing masks, which are popular in epipelagic settlements. You never like the sweet taste those leave in your mouth anyway. The slick inner layer bubbles faintly. Ready to go? You walk into the sub and begin preparing to depart, but Mira hangs back in the loading port. You turn around. You're not coming? Mira shifts. The readings are strange. More cable outages popping up, but out of sync with the disturbance peaks. I'll keep an eye on them here. You've only done 2 solo maintenance missions, both local to the Singapore hub. Nothing multi-day like this. You frown. Check in at the hub stations that are still online. You're ready. The sub... So, Mira retrofitted the transport sub decades ago, before you became her apprentice. It had been some kind of old military sub, sitting at the bottom of the Taiwan Strait amidst a jumble of rotting fishing vessels, rusting wind turbines, and the remains of one airplane. All useful material. She hasn't told you exactly how she found it, but it must have been during her scrap hunting days. She and her sisters were the sharpest hunters along the South China seafloor. Why did you stop? You asked once. The scrap will run out eventually, she replied. No one's producing things at that scale anymore. Better to start doing some kind of maintenance. She winked. But this way, I still get to explore. Deeper. Algae farmers terrace the continental slope. The marine snow looks like stars. Most people have only seen the stars in old documentaries, fuzzy and shivering with static, harder and harder to stream from the central media archive as cables break faster than you can repair them. The surface settlements see them every day. She fumed when you were 17. Let's go. When you broke the surface, everything burned. Your legs from exertion, your skin from acidic water, your lungs from the shock of harsh air, your hand in hers. In 7 minutes, the surface patrol will find you, and you will swim for your life. But for now, glittering color streaks across the sky. Reflected off the moon, lethal solar radiation becomes just gentle enough. Her face in non-artificial light for the first time is devastatingly soft. You don't remember much about the stars. The local cable snakes across the ocean floor, nestled comfortably in layers of sediment. You hover the sub a few meters above and follow it northward. Navigation systems are down, but the network of cables form a map that has never failed you. Forward. You reach the first hub station, dock at a short-term port, and connect to the network. Check in with Mira. The breakage starts 10 kilometers north. Mira says. But the network readings are bizarre. Signals popping up where there aren't any cables at all. Something or someone causing interference. An earthquake? Mira grunts. Keep me updated. Turn back if you need to. Stay safe. I trust your judgment. Looking out the window, around the hub station, a buzz of activity. Crowds pour in and out of mass transit vessels. People haggle fiercely in the scrap markets. In the distance, a pod of whales. Something looms in the distance. Frayed ends, swaying in the current, sparking in the dark. The mass of cables pulses like a dying animal. Sliced into the sides, gashes ooze and bubble. A submarine is latched to the biggest wound, its teeth sunk into mineral flesh. A makeshift spliced together cable winds off to the left. This is not on your map. With your thermopressure suit and your oxygen mask, you slip into the water. The water holds you like a mother. The submarine's door has been left unlocked. Inside, you find evidence of collective life. 15 bunks, playing cards, bottles of seaweed, sugar rum. Strange, sharp tools glint in the deep, dim light, and unfamiliar devices hum quietly. Fragments of wire and metal drip seawater onto the floor. Video feeds flash in and out, a shopping mall in the surface bubble. Security schedules and map, a view of the stars. There's a door at the back of the room. The control systems, a chair, and a pile of blankets underneath. The captain's quarters. Sticking out from beneath the pillow, you see your own handwriting on a piece of waterproof parchment. You'd recognize the material alone anywhere. She had been getting harder and harder to reach, worried about the letter getting damaged. You sealed the paper in fish oil yourself. Most of the words have been burned away, except for two. Find me.
Yeah, tuck it back in your pocket.
Feeling the letter pressed against your thigh, you sit down at the control station. Despite the damage to the cables outside, this sub is somehow, miraculously, connected to the network. You connect your portable communication device and messages flood in from Mira. Pirates, rerouting the network, surface patrols after them, not safe. Head back ASAP, maybe your last chance. Outside the window, the makeshift cable weaves into the darkness. You run your thumb over the charm you brought with you. A piece of jade from your grandmother. Oops. And make a decision. Take a breath. Report to Mira. Follow the makeshift cable. A choice. A real choice. Follow the cable. You exit the pirate's submarine and hurry back to your own, programming it to move 10 kilometers south on autopilot. The surface patrols will seize whatever is left here. You swim along the makeshift cable, pressing yourself against it to avoid radar. You feel your pulse in your ears. Blinking lights of descending patrol vessels fill the water above, and you think of the stars. Perhaps you never really stopped following her, no matter how hard you tried. This time, instead of swimming up to the sky, you move towards an unknown direction. It's the other choice. Port to Mira. It's also an end. You exit the pirate's submarine and hurry back to your own. Your fingers twitch as you direct your sub to follow the main cable southward. Back to the hub station and then home after that. You think about the lives you've run away from. You think about the life you're trying to build now. Maintaining a network, connecting people, slowly learning how to connect with people again, too. Learning from Mira and her sisters about how to build something that lasts. You think about her, waiting for you in the darkness. Or not. That was cool. I do tend to personally like walking sim games. But I do quite like that. That was fun. It's very vibey. Not necessarily strong on like being a big push towards anything, but as someone who likes, I guess it's called abyssopelagic cable anomaly. It is exactly what it says on the tin. I like that a lot. That was cool. Doot doot doot. What's the Wheel of Morality got for us next? One of the things that so KillerTuneKillsMe. This one's easy to find. Just trying to find it. There we are. Just make sure the names and everything are alright. Cool, cool, cool. Game title. Nikki System. Let's bring that right on over. There we go. There we can center the whole thing. There we go. That looks good. So yeah, this is KillerTuneKillsMe. I like how a lot of these are not very much not very much on the submissions page or on the game page. I feel like I always have to put a lot on those pages, but I like that there's very little to go from. The skin of the universe hums, gentle and alive, a membrane, constantly shifting a patchwork of stories and scars. A crease here, a ripple there, bits of zero, sparks of one. Everything is recorded, yet nothing is truly understood. The skin of the universe is a vast, ever-turning page, a surface that holds everything, like a magnetic disc, constantly writing and rewriting. And from it, a three-dimensional show, a hologram of milestones and moments, flickering softly in the deep. Only the now, no present or future. A supercomputer can access the skin. An AI made by an AI made by an AI. Generations of learning, standing on the shoulders of digital giants. It's in the quiet stretches, where information is sparse, in a desert of data. A void. Only there can the computer read and write. It connects, quantum entangled in the pulse of another machine, light years away. Only in the quietest of places. It reads the ship, the crew, and the cargo. It threads through the subatomic particles of another space. And the next computer, quietly, almost casually, etches the information onto the universe's skin. A mark, fleeting, like a shitty temporary tattoo from a pack of gum. The data shifts, cut and pasted, the same details that make a person whole. A new place, a new system, interstellar travel. And so, stations were born and planets were mined. What else could have happened? Colonization desiccates worlds as it always has. Send the machines down. Let love bloom in the luxury of the station's heart, where comfort is. Out of orbit and out of touch. Stations living close enough to the computers and their emptiness. Near the spaces companies ensure are free from complexity. Near fallow space. Ships, people, cargo, coming and going, into and out of being. And the computers? They earn their keep, as always. Fallow space. A void in space. Low information on the universe's membrane. No stars, no objects. It is in any logistics firm's best interest to keep it this way. The computers cannot process too much information. Fallow space needs to be empty for them to cut, copy, and entangle matter. The man enters the ship. Ship is generous. A pod, perhaps. He buckles in for a long journey. Months alone and unable to move. A TENS machine and some blood thinners at the ready. He is undetectable. A ship of aluminum. Low atomic weight, low complexity. Everything in the pod is simple. Detectors detect intricacy. In fallow space, complexity is conspicuous. It's rich and seen. He takes the cube from his pocket, places it a square hole. A card is inserted into the pod's deck. Audio for the trip, all 8-bit. Crunchy and alias, but somewhat listenable. Unconvoluted. A slingshot slings and he's off into space. The man braces. Gravity pulls until it doesn't anymore. He's well conditioned. He doesn't ask questions. He will go to fallow space. Months. He will jettison the cube. Seconds. He will begin the journey back. Months. Then the people at Mirage Logistics will ensure that he never has to work again. The Gliese 65 binary star system. Station 1. Audio stream connected. Okay, fine. Take it away. Hello? Hey, honey, it's me. I was gonna leave a voice message. I thought you'd still be working. No, the drones are doing their thing. Had to tighten some belts. Well, the servo's attached to the belts, but they're working. Sucking up the CRH like good little boys. Sick. How's the ferment going? It's okay. It's taking a little longer than I expected. The mold is fighting it. Not good. I can't get this batch to take off. Info dump a little. Well, it's not like you have 100 people relying on you to feed them. I think it's a dilution thing. With the sugars, when the second star is near, everything changes. Molecular weight or something. One star is nice, I gotta admit. I'd hardly call that a star, or it certainly would make things simpler. I'd hardly call that a star. What do you think of the music I sent you? It seems to be stuck on one iteration. Generative music is meant to be different each time, yeah? Yeah, maybe it was corrupted in the stream. I'll send it again. I like how it is, thanks, that'd be good. No, don't. I like how it is. I'm curious on that. The man slept. Then he woke. He looked out of the pod, a maddeningly same view. He hit the deck and loaded the media card. The song titles were wrong. The lecture's gone. Corrupt. The man went through the track list. Non-alphanumeric characters and spaces. Even the ASCII assignments were wrong. A song played. The one song left working. Not now. He hit stop. It kept playing on repeat. Wolf 359, Red Dwarf Star System. Station Solar 1, audio stream connected. Hey babe, 3 months until we touch. Hell yeah, I'm counting down. I got the mold off to a start. I think I have enough time to wrap it all up and hand over before shore leave. Plenty, I reckon. Sick. There's not much to do out here, but I'm looking forward to being with you again. Is the trip expensive? Nah, but the idea of travel is feeling a bit weird. Feel weird about being transferred? Or it's a pretty common route to Wolf. You can get on a cargo run. Feel weird about being transferred? Being wiped out of existence and written somewhere else? No, totally normal. All your cells are new every 7 years or something. Does that help? Hon, I'm sorry. I know it'll be worth it. I know. The man listened to the song on repeat, unable to stop it. 8 bits of sound, discordant aliasing in the upper frequencies, tones folding back on themselves in mathematical mirroring. He felt ill, shooting towards fallow space. Nodes connecting the Gliese 65 and Wolf 359 systems. A common cargo route for the chromium hydride movement, sucked from the photosphere of the Wolf system's dwarf red star. Used as an ingredient in a complex solution to feed the souls of the Gliese 359 binary star system's dotted stations. Every system on a different diet. Contrary to common proverbial belief, nature doesn't actually abhor a vacuum. The seeping expansion of the universe births ever more voids. It's actually pretty good at it. Opus Tech and Mirage Logistics are in a lucrative business of perpetually increasing demand. Lucrative and competitive. Exploiting the plotting, cooling death of the universe for hard cash. Imagine it. Proprietary computers intimately connecting the arid plains between clusters of dense, humming information, each floating in space in a perfect shield, in an impenetrable quantum fortress. After some months, the man was no longer well conditioned. His usual media was corrupted, and the song had not stopped playing. He knew every millisecond of audio, knew every low-resolution crunch, every square waveform. He imagined sinusoidal analog. He thought of only 2 things. Deploying the cube was murder, or deploying the cube was business. So I think that this is a common thing, and I do it too, where you do all this world building and being cool, and then you put this like thing, and you're like, oh well, cool, what choice do you believe it to be? Or do you believe the character to believe it to be? And like, I guess we deployed the cube, and I guess it's putting us down a path just to like choose a path. But I'm curious about like, and I'm thinking specifically about my own writing, because I have lots of this in the game that I submitted, where there's like 2 choices and it's kind of arbitrary which one you choose. And spoiler, in mine, I did not get to the part where there's any branching, but it does matter which one you choose and what happens in the game eventually, theoretically. And it's like, well, if you're not actively making those choices, and you're not getting like a strong hint and like a strong feeling from either the character or yourself, like, I don't know, just something that I'm noodling on myself. Also, one thing to think about whenever you're doing stuff is to have hover states at least for your links. Just because I don't have I don't have my cursor turned on this stream, and so it's hard to see which one I'm choosing. You know what? It was business. The man pressed a button. The cube spewed from the front of the ship. A puff of nitrogen and the ship went out. That was a cool visual. Stations weep when they die. Even the planets can hear it, the soft whimpering of a starved soul. Each station, unique and vital, endures for the population. Without a station soul, people couldn't live there. If a planet is born in the vast womb of space, then stations are their IVF equivalent. A lovingly crafted, lab-grown spirit, nurturing the human souls aboard. The stations are hungry, too. They lick their lips in quiet anticipation of incoming shipments, like a pizza delivery to a stoner. Landry woke up in their capsule to an alert, a flashing exclamation mark on her screen. A high priority message from the station keeper to all aboard the station. A quantum randomizer bomb was set off in fallow space at 2 o'clock this cycle. We are treating this as industrial sabotage to Opus Tech real estate. Currently, the fallow space in this system is littered with random particles spinning in changing states. It will take some time to clean. The supercomputer for this node cannot operate with this level of complexity. We are physically cut off from all other systems until further notice. Comms will still work. Please contact your loved ones and let them know. I will send details of how we will proceed as a community to keep this station alive. We do not take this heinous act lightly. There will be retaliation. Station Keeper Doyle. All right. Hello? There's been an incident with a node. No. A Q-bomb was set off, probably by Mirage. We're cut off. We're about to begin meditation rotation in the core, so the station doesn't die. There's enough food for it for a while, but we'll need to supplement it ourselves. We'll take turns feeding the soul with our own. What? That can't be good for... People will die. This is where we are. Who's first? It's really dangerous. Interesting place to end it, for sure. Interesting implication. I think with world building, it's fun to create these little messed up, like, oh well, we just need to feed the thing that's keeping us alive a bit of our soul. No biggie. That was neat. I like neat things. Let's keep spinning. Nothing but me and you. Do 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 do. There we go. do 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 do. Who's this by? Nick Gelling. Goodbye. Oh, hey, perfect. This is Nothing But Me and You. It's a game. Cool. Now, only black remained. It felt as if it had been that way forever. A few million years ago, you'd see the occasional flash of light or pass through the odd cluster of matter, but those times were gone too. Space felt like more of a vacuum than it ever had, but the adjustment was so gradual that you'd never consciously noticed. And you didn't mind anyway. More peaceful this way. More time to think. 22 more minutes. You allowed a warm joy to gush over each of your senses. Any thoughts you were having drowned instantly in a sticky ocean of affection. You are unbelievably precise. Well, that's how you like it. Joni had only been wrong a handful of times in the billions of years that you'd known her. Granted, the definition of a handful had grown a few orders of magnitude in that time, as humanity forgot what a hand really looked like. But she had an incredible sense for the ethereal, so you had absolute faith in a prediction like this. She wouldn't make it lightly. And then that's it? Either that's it, or that's it for now, Joni whipped back. It's the kind of thing she would have said with a wink. Back when she had eyes. Ah, Joni's eyes. Despite the passage of billions of years, you're lucky enough to remember what they looked like. You did lose quite a few memories when you were uploaded, but you could never forget Joni's eyes. The upload process was described as permanent, but there was an implicit understanding that nothing man-made remains made long. Your family, your friends, humanity's cleverest and richest, they all drifted apart over the ages. Tiny stochastic irregularities weakened the bonds between their nodes, similarly to how physical brains used to decay over just a century. Each uploaded consciousness took up an area the size of a small planet. A proton here, a down quark there, all painstakingly co-opted into an inorganic facsimile of a human mind, theoretically immortal. But nothing man-made remains made long, except you and Joni. You just might be all that remains of Earth. It's incredible how much you can remember from your brief time on your home planet. Your artificial neurons seem to prioritize the memories from before your upload over the ones you've created since. But that's the way you like it. Life was a bit more interesting back then. I should have read the... Oh, cool. So it's reminisce about Earth's culture, reminisce about your childhood, reminisce about your career. Earth's political order was utterly rotten when you were physical. It was democratic in theory, but any mechanisms for accountability had been methodically dismantled over previous generations. The divide between the rulers and the common people was cavernous. The oligarchs had free reign. It was a time of great innovation and of great stagnation. Productivity continued to increase while living conditions got worse. The workers built new and wonderful things, which never seemed to make it to market. Earth had been converted into an engine room to service shiny new worlds and the wealthy people that lived there. Things did get better, for a while at least. Things did get better a few centuries after you were uploaded. For a while, at least. The people rose up and took control of their labor. It was a joy to cheer them on from light years away. You didn't even feel envy. They'd earned it, and you hadn't. Let's talk about the career. You worked in a museum, the Museum of Human Discovery. Your collection mostly consisted of artifacts, natural and otherwise, found in the far-flung planetary systems the Frontier Office was colonizing. There were also a few historical specimens from ancient Earth to illustrate humanity's sociological journey. They weren't popular, but they were secretly your favorites. You started as an archivist. Your job was mostly digitizing the physical collection into models the public could download and play with. Regular people couldn't afford to travel between cities, so your work made the pieces far more accessible. Your passion led to advancement until you had some control over curation. You lived out your final corporeal years designing exhibitions celebrating the human exploratory spirit. The museum wasn't anything especially prestigious, but it did pretty well throughout your tenure. It helped that the government saw your collection as a fantastic propaganda tool to get the public on side with their perpetual expansion. Reminiscing about childhood, Earth was a rough planet to grow up on. As a kid, you thought it was cool to be from the birthplace of the species, but Earth was a complete dump. A practice ground where humanity learned what worked and what didn't in aid of its future conquests. You spent most of your youngest years indoors. The air wasn't safe outside and your family couldn't afford a new bodysuit every year while you were growing. It wasn't a very social existence. Your parents did their best, but they had to work too many hours to spend any meaningful time with you. And the family size restrictions meant you weren't allowed siblings. You read a lot. Historical chronicles, adventure fiction set in pre-industrial times, even encyclopedias. Anything that could give you a taste of what life on Earth used to be like. While it did feel bittersweet at times, it mostly served to keep your imagination fueled through long days alone. 21 more minutes. Your humble beginnings are pushed from your mind's eye by Joni's assured voice ringing through the vacuum. They're quickly replaced by childlike adoration of her confidence, her bravery in the face of doom. I was just remembering how imperfect my life was before I met you. Joni responds with a light, flirtatious chuckle. You gave up on hiding your infatuation so long ago. There are times you still feel a touch cloying, but the sense of smug satisfaction you detect from Joni makes it worth it. Your early life was fine, but it didn't really get going until you met Joni. Joni was an artist. She designed stunning spatial models with ornate stylization. The way her models evoked emotion rather than realism reminded you of the old two-dimensional painters. You shared 2 flawless decades before you were uploaded together. Longer would have been nice, but that period felt like a whole lifetime, and you've enjoyed countless lifetimes together ever since. Let's think about Earth. You were tempted to emigrate together to a fresh world that hadn't yet been destroyed, of course. It certainly would have been easier and safer, and probably cheaper in the long run too. But by the time you'd worked long enough to earn some decent money, the mass exodus from the Earth meant that tourism from the colonies was becoming a major industry. With that economic opportunity came infrastructure. Suddenly, Earth citizens could travel outside of their home cities for the first time in decades. You and Joni loved human history, and there was so much to see on Earth. Plus, the inherent danger was a little bit exciting, so you stayed behind. You settled into a delightful rhythm, catching some boat or plane ride with a legion of tourists, then traveling on foot for a week or two to get to the really interesting places. It was very risky. If any of your equipment for air filtration, temperature regulation, or predator repulsion failed, you were as good as dead, but it was a risk worth taking. Plus, all those encyclopedias and historical novels you read as a child made it a lot easier. You'd always been a student of the world. Now, it was finally opening up to you. Your dive suits were the best purchase you'd ever made. They let you swim through the toxic waters of once thriving streets. Singapore, Manhattan, Tokyo. They were a beautiful reminder of the fragility of life. On each trip, Joni would reimagine the scenery and awe-inspiring pieces of art for sale in the city. You'd sniff out rare treasures that could be taken back and sold to collectors. With your talents combined, the trip almost paid for itself. Almost. It was the perfect life for both of you. But then, the time since has been just as perfect, in a lot of ways. About the day that we met. You met through your role at the museum. Joni had been commissioned by the higher-ups for a job. They wanted to make your latest exhibition look more presentable. It was about the future of humanity, where it would go, how it would adapt, how long it might survive. You wanted it based on sound sociological principles. The primary sponsor, the Frontier Office, was more interested in self-aggrandizing science fiction. You first met to give Joni her brief in a pokey meeting room near the archives wing. She seemed withdrawn, maybe even a little melancholic. It made sense to you. Nobody really gets excited about a corporate gig. Your eyes locked with hers as you began to speak about the job. You talked of wanting to celebrate humanity, not its achievements, but its very nature. Her blank look of resignation turned quickly to suspicion. Then, in a microsecond, it ignited into hopefulness. Cautiously, she began to rebut with her own ideas. You retaliated with all the creativity you could muster. Her deep eyes opened ever wider. Hours passed and your shift ended. You took the conversation to the closest restaurant. Grand schemes bounced back and forth. Enormous murals plastering entire museum wings. Immersive simulated tours of distant worlds. Joni dragged you to her apartment to start designing prototypes. There was only one workstation. You left yours at the office. But you were so happy just watching her create magic and stoking her fire when you saw an opportunity. She fell asleep just before sunrise, hunched over dozens of blueprints and diagrams. The melancholy erased from her velvet smooth face. You let yourself out. You never started dating, exactly. You both just wanted to maximize the time that you spent together. It quickly became clear that the easiest way to do that was to stay in the same apartment. None of the prototypes from that night were ever developed, of course. You never convinced your boss to dedicate enough budget to art. But the ideas were as good and as real in you and Joni's minds, and that was enough. I will note, these color schemes are increasingly hard to read. And if it wasn't for the hover state, which shoutouts to having a hover state, but if it wasn't for the hover state, I personally cannot tell the difference between these two colors. I know that's not like the point, but especially when you've got, 100 words or whatever right aligned, which all these are fair design choices, but all together it's starting to get hard to read. Yeah, reminisce about being uploaded. The first uploads happened when you were a child. They didn't go especially well, but the potential was clear, and the tech got more and more reliable as the decades passed. You'd never really thought about whether you wanted one. You weren't in the right socioeconomic class. But by some chance, the price of an upload cratered when you and Joni were in middle age. An upload could only be done before one's 60th birthday. Something about preserving the young brain before it deteriorated naturally. When it came time to make the call, neither of you could face the idea of losing the other's company, even in an abstract sense. For the first time in human history, the afterlife was a concrete, provable phenomenon. Why pass that up? You selected some cheap plots out near Barnard's Star, and after stumping up the majority of your life savings, embarked on one final jaunt to spend the rest of both of your cash reserves on your 50th year. Your destination? The desiccated deserts of Mesopotamia. When the day came, you relished the physical contact of one final hug, one final caress of the hair, one final stare into each other's eyes. You wept in Joni's arms. You're not sure why, looking back, but it felt right at the time. Joni was uploaded first. You held her hand through the entire procedure, feeling her twitch and jolt as her consciousness was meticulously transcribed. Her body was still alive when the doctor stepped into the room to lead you away. She was in a sort of coma, exhausted from the upload. She would be euthanized before she woke up. And then it was your turn. There was no pain, nor any need for anesthetic. It tickled, really, like your brain was a harp being elegantly plucked. You tried to delay the inevitable sleep, but it was far too enticing. And then you woke up. Hundreds of kilometers from Joni, but cosmically right next door. And you picked up where you left off. Hey, Mirage? You melt. Your name spoken in Joni's voice is still one of your favorite sounds in the universe. Sorry, yeah, daydreaming again. Joni's voice quivers slightly. Suddenly sounds as if she were holding back tears. Why do you think it's only us left? Why have we survived until the end? You'd always wavered. Could science explain why your mind was still active while everyone else's had dispersed? Or was it something more supernatural that protected you? With billions of years to think it over, you still hadn't quite reached an answer you were happy with. Maybe our souls are stronger or tied more closely to the physical plane? Maybe our uploads have been better sheltered from random experience. Science or metaphysics? Science or metaphysics? Metaphysics. Maybe our souls are stronger or tied more closely to the physical plane? You've always been open-minded. Even as humanity learned more and more about the universe, mysteries always remain. In early human history, entire populations believed in supernatural forces guiding their lives and protecting their prosperity. That kind of worship had fallen well out of favor by the time you were growing up, but you'd always found the metaphysical concepts very fascinating. In a way, it's comforting to believe in a bit of magic. It keeps things more exciting after all these years. But you're not sure it can explain this particular miracle. Maybe... Joni ambles through the word, stretching it to its breaking point. She takes deep breath. I think our love for each other is literally keeping us alive. It's an adorable thing to say, and also quite sweet to hear. That's charming, but love isn't an empirical force. No! But we can't be the only lovebirds in the universe. Do you really think so? What do you mean by that? Okay. But we can't be the only lovebirds in the universe. But we can't be the only lovebirds in the universe. Maybe our love is stronger than anyone else's, she continues earnestly. I'd certainly believe it, wouldn't you? It tickles you to hear such a grandiose romantic gesture delivered in such an unromantic way. We've never grown bored or taken each other for granted. We're always challenging each other, so our minds have stayed focused and sharp. You pause, stunned. You've gone through periods in the time since everything wound down and the sky became dark, where you've been tempted to hibernate and rest your mind. But you never gave in because you didn't want to waste a moment with Joni, and you especially didn't want her to feel alone, even if for a single year. Is it self-indulgent to even consider that her theory makes sense? I think that you might be onto something. You really do come up with some unbelievable ideas. Who knows? I don't like being mean. So, I think you might be onto something. Joni lets out a small, self-satisfied hum. Of course I am. That's why I said it. As if you could love her anymore. Just a few more minutes. You try to focus your colossal mind. The time for thinking about the past is over. So, are you ready for the end? We've had all the time in the universe, replies Joni. We've seen everything there is to see with the best possible company. There's nothing left to do. But wouldn't it be nice to have more time? Mirage, says Joni calmly. We might be the last two people in the entire universe. We've had the most time out of anyone. Surely that's enough. No, you don't have to. Stubborn passion is a curse. Everyone else, and everything else, has moved on and gracefully bowed out. Why are you still stuck with the same desires you've always had? To experience more permutations of events, to bask in Joni's brilliance, to show her you care. You're not ready. After all this time, you selfishly want more. No, you need more. I am so relieved you said that, Joni exclaims. It's not quite what you were expecting to hear, given how she was just speaking. I've never wanted anything as little as I want this now, she continues, her voice rapidly crumbling into a weep. I'm not ready to lose you yet. You haven't seen her like this since the day you were uploaded. You remember her vivid eyes, puffy and reddened, moments before you escorted her into the chamber. You don't have time to be devastated. She's just said the best possible thing that she could have. Even in these final moments, she's perfect. You gather all of your fortitude. Then let's not call this an ending. I'll take you with me. Joni attempts to stabilize herself, her cosmic brain, still primitive and instinctual in so many ways, yearns to cry through rich, beautiful eyes that haven't existed for eons. That would be nice, she manages. Only one more minute. For just a fraction of a second, a flicker of doubt enters your mind. Joni never has a scientific basis for her intuitions. How can she be so sure of the exact timing? You direct your attention to the spaces between the nodes of your consciousness, where you'd expect to feel the odd pang of gravity from a morsel of matter or detect one or two photons of light. There is nothing. You can feel Joni's presence, and the rest is a complete void. Sure enough, you're fairly certain the end has come. Time and space is dead. I'll see you on the other side, my love. Here's to the next one, replies Joni with a poignant glee. You wonder if there'd still be tears in her perfect eyes. You contort your consciousness towards Joni Geometric's center, only to feel hers meet you halfway. There's nowhere you'd rather watch the end of the universe from. The silence rings. It's the loudest silence you could ever imagine. For just a moment, you swear your mind merges with Joni's. You can remember her memories of how close she was to giving up art before the day you reignited her passion, of swimming through the endless ruins of Tokyo City, of the entire journey you've been on together. Her recollections swirl around your own, flicking through your mind's eye with incomprehensible speed. It's strange to feel such tender, passionate thoughts for yourself. They fold elegantly into your own, which you hope desperately that Joni can feel in return. The moment passes. The clock starts again, from the top. And everything is light, heat, and force. Fun. I think again, and I've brought this up a bunch. Like, while on the one hand taxonomizing isn't necessarily always fruitful, it is interesting to see how different people approach things. Where, like, this is mostly a linear thing with some, like, encyclopedia entries, I guess, optional sections. Certainly there's one or two branches. But yeah, I don't know. That's definitely interesting to play through and to see what the story is. Well, that's nothing but me and you. It should have been lowercase, but I missed that. Cool. We are powering through. Let's play one or two more. See how long these take. This picker really does love to just get you to one thing. Oh my gosh, hideous, fabulous. Whew. Thankfully, it gives you a couple of chances because I was not really paying attention. Hideous, fabulous. Hideous, fabulous. I have a lot of things open. Hang on. Let's, there we are. Always love the moments of what is playing in the background. Lion's Tooth. I'll pick that up later. Ah! Oh, OBS, one day you'll handle text well. Yeah, okay. Wheel of Morality. So this is listed as a mixtape. Cool. There's download versions as well as without background images. But I think this works. Cool. The May evening air drags the heavy scent of honeysuckle through the open windows. You're the last one standing on the dance floor. This party is dead might be a common turn of phrase, but you've never seen it become quite so literal. Lots and lots of death and murder, some suggestive content. I think we've already gone there in the stream tonight. Alcohol use, but really, mostly the dead bodies everywhere. Okay, that's fine. Just want to make sure I'm not running into anything particularly rough. Okay. You are wearing an exactingly tailored suit in green velvet, meticulous and commanding. But the pièce de résistance, in your opinion, is... what does this do? Oh, a lavish ball gown, bodice armored with semi-precious stones. A jester costume, to speak truth to power. Do I have... a jester costume, to speak truth to power. An owl mask, a feathered cloak, head on a swivel. Next to nothing, to be honest. You never understood how imagining other people in their underwear was supposed to give you the upper hand in confidence. I think in honor of Alex Retropal, a jester costume. But the pièce de résistance is, in your opinion, was a strand of perfectly formed pearls, rose-tinted and heavy with memory. Your hostess for tonight was stroking them and cooing praise, fingers tangling in them with thoughtless envy. When she was struck by the first convulsion, she snapped the filament as she fell, scattering pearls across the ballroom. This was meant to be a quiet affair, a little gathering for a few friends, most of whom had just profited handsomely off of current events. No press. It would be unseemly, given the reason for the celebration. No guards, either. Only a mansion half an hour from the city, a pianist, and several unobtrusive catering staff who came highly recommended by you. As a result, there were no witnesses to the fall of almost no witnesses to the fall of nearly 24 of the nation's movers and shakers, dead in minutes with no advance warning. Now that everything is still, you've returned to the hostess, who lies at your feet. The dance floor around you is littered with bodies. There is a baby grand piano by the windows, though the music has fallen silent. On the opposite end of the room, a large table is laden with delicacies. Just a bit of finger food to set the mood. Next to that is a drinks table with 2 large punch bowls. The host fell near it, as you might have expected. You'll miss those pearls, but you should get out quickly. Head for the door. No. We have many things to click on here. The hostess, she had been looking a bit woozy, but she still beamed as she fawned over the necklace. In truth, you couldn't tell if her admiration was sincere. Of course she could afford this, and finer. I've been looking for one in this color, she giggled, leaning further into your personal space than you would have expected her to. She lowered her voice confidentially, looking around with a characteristic expression of, I shouldn't be saying this. Well, I've certainly got extra cash to burn after this, don't I? Among other resources. Human resources. 274 of them. Some literally burnt. She'll never so much as window shop again. Her eyes bulge with what you might mistake for envy. Her mouth hangs open and says as much nothing as ever. Her hands reach out for what you don't know. The pearl lies just inches from her parted lips, as if she'd been choking and someone had managed to dislodge it from her throat with a swift maneuver. Not soon enough if her vacant eyes and cherry-flushed skin are anything to go by. You pluck it off the tile and stand up to look around you. This was meant to be a quiet affair. Yada yada. Okay, same thing. We're back to here. So it's very like, I'm trying to like imagine the map of this right now. So it's like, it's kind of going off into like a hub and spoke. I do like that there's clarity between what is moving, like, for lack of a better word, moving the player to a different sort of spoke and staying within the text. The dance floor. So many people draped across chairs, a sofa pushed up against a wall, and mostly the open expanse of floor in the center of the room. You could almost imagine it was an impromptu slumber party, if not for the presence of blotched faces and contorted poses. They're all dressed to the nines, or at least their respective versions of it. This means that they've fallen in everything from tuxedos to the tech bro hoodie and jeans uniform, simple jumpsuits to elaborate couture confections. All the beautiful people, at least in one sense. The possessions they've dropped around them makes it look like a strong wind tore into the room and knocked them over. Clutches, car keys, goblets, snack plates, earrings, wallets, forks, notebooks, and even a ring of charms. A shamrock, a tiny horseshoe. Okay, so we have these O's. I'm guessing these are the pearls. Who does this guy think he's kidding, anyway? The pretense of being one of the humble masses is almost worse, as if that sweatshirt hadn't cost triple digits. On the bright side, the pinkish pearl stands out against the studiously neutral black fabric. You nudge it gingerly away from his sleeve like he'll stir and swat you away. No, we're coming back for that other pearl. Interesting. Okay. So yeah, we're picking up these pearls, I guess. It's a stroke of luck that she didn't break this when she dropped it. No shards of glass and not a drop of punch lying nearby. She must have drained it quickly, and who can blame her with friends like these? You don't need anything going into your bloodstream or anything coming out of it to be left at the scene. You scoop up the pearl with a gloved hand to be safe. There's a baby grand piano. The pianist is sprawled across the keyboard, arm flung dramatically towards the candelabra on the piano's lid. His mouth gapes as if you'd caught him mid-verse, singing along. He was explicitly told the punch was for the guests only. Poor bastard. Of course the lid is closed. There are too many decorations and trinkets to display on it. Do you think the music was the focus of this party? So I was talking with some of the earlier games about how the engine was not necessarily helping the kind of story that they were telling. Like one of them used a very inventory focused engine, where it was more of an activity-based kind of thing, and like sensing and working within the physical world. And then another one was a Parser game, but was extremely linear in how it presented the game world, where this is exactly that kind of sort of hypertext where you're physically moving. So you're like coming back, the spokes of the sort of narrative wheel aren't necessarily, it's like examining something in a Parser game, but because of the way that it's presented, it needs to be this kind of like link-based navigation, which I appreciate. The pearl is nestled against a D flat key, or is it a C sharp? You try to coax it away as quietly as possible, as if anyone in this room could still hear you. But the D key beneath your finger rings out pianissimo through the hush. Right by the windows. Cool. And not every location has one. The large French windows are open to the oncoming night. There's still a trace of red in the sky to the west. Not exactly an all-night rager, this one. No one will start wondering about whereabouts for hours yet. In the foliage below, you can just barely spy a flashlight and mirror, tossed out the window in some great hurry. A large table. All the finest nibbles blood, money can buy. You see jamon iberico, food that is beyond my ability to pronounce, époisse de bourguignon, caviar on toast points, devils on horseback, angel food cakelets, oysters on ice, shrimp and crab cocktail, caviar on scallops, clamato olives, wagyu beef bites, croquettes, vol au vents, caviar on deviled eggs, tiny crostini, tiny tarts, tiny quiches, most of it untouched. Isn't it ironic? Well, no. It's exactly what you'd expect, right? You wipe the pearl carelessly on your clothing. As an afterthought, you grab the oyster, tug it loose with a tiny fork, and tip it into your mouth. A rush of brine and sweetness. The months with R rule is for those who can't afford the best. This is true. All right, large table, drinks table. 2 large crystalline bowls of punch rest on the table. Both alcoholic and non-alcoholic variants of the recipe have been thoughtfully provided. It's expensive cheese, thank you. I will look for it next time I'm at the cheese shop. They smelled sickly sweet, mostly like sugar. Orgeat covers a multitude of sins, though. This is true. When the host ladled the drinks into the waiting cups, he managed not to spill a single drop on the tablecloth. A perfectionist. A demanding man. You, of course, have your own idiosyncrasies. You only drink water. People here noticed, they didn't think to ask. Lucky for you, it didn't fall into the punch bowl. That would have been a lost cause, to say the least. You swipe the pearl off the side of the table in your cupped hand. Yep. So we have the host. Your ever-gracious host had spent the early part of the evening milling through the crowd with a friendly word for everyone. often very friendly, to the point of innuendo. It wasn't restricted to his friends or acquaintances either. His compliments for Becky, as she helped bring in the catering trays, were laden with subtext. You have to wonder if he was desperately trying not to waste a dose of anticipatory sildenafil, wondering who, if not his wife, he could convince to slip away to another room in the house. Gross. As soon as the punch bowls were carried in, though, he took his position by them. Two of his well-known quirks as a host were that he always insisted on serving his guests drinks himself, and he always called for a toast, with everyone taking their first drink simultaneously. Another established truth was that what he wanted, he got. Sometimes predictability is an advantage, though the question is always for whom. Tonight, he had the nerve to raise his goblet to the room and sheepishly toast to foresight. You could have spit in his face, acting like this was a room of Nostradamuses predicting a mystical event. The casualties, the surging stock prices, such fortunate timing. He died on his back, gazing at or through the ceiling, hands now loosely cradling his stomach. He certainly didn't see this coming. How did it end up here? Unlike his waifish wife, he was one of the last to keel over, barking orders and reassurances from his post until close to the end. So why is this pearl resting on his solar plexus? Maybe it fell from somewhere higher. Maybe he clutched it in his dying moments, pressing it to himself like a forgotten or debunked cure. Maybe he thought it could save him, absolve him. It didn't, and it won't save you either, but you take it back anyway. Interesting. Head for the door. But you're already surrounded. I wonder if I didn't spend all that time. When the other party goers started swooning, wheezing, collapsing, you assured them that you were calling 911 and help was on the way. Everyone else was too panicked or already suffering too much to do it, or to check that you were. You saw them falling, begging some unseen and uncaring God for mercy, and your disgust collected all at once around the irritation in your heart that you'd been carefully ignoring. You watched them die. You despised these monsters. You're one of them, glittering on the outside, hollow within. You like to tell yourself you weren't anymore, but you still showed up to this sickening revel. You ate the food, you laughed at the right times, you listened to the toast, you picked over and around the bodies of the stricken without a second thought. All this to say, someone else must have called those cops and these ambulances, and you're conveniently the only survivor in a room of wealthy, respected people who had just been poisoned, standing here all too calmly with a handful of pearls. You're complicit somehow, but in which way? Do you even know at this point? God, person, board of directors? Okay, wait a minute. Okay, quite so literal. So, can you just leave? Aha, okay. So, if you just leave, yes, stick to the plan. The pearls were fake anyway. You used to rub them against your teeth in absent-minded moments. They were smooth as an excuse, a rationalization. You rush out of the mansion to the set rendezvous point, where the van is waiting. Becky pulls you in, smooths your clothing, takes your gloves, and shoves them into the weighted bag that will be thrown off the bridge a few minutes away. As the driver maneuvers the van onto a back road, the other four of you sit in silence for a moment, both stunned and oddly exhilarated. There can be no justice for the faceless dead. Not really. Not when the dead you left in the ballroom behind you will be eulogized as pillars of society for years to come. But it feels, for a moment, as if the scales have tipped closer to a balancing point. Becky turns to you. She seems to be reading your face for relief or regret. We couldn't have done this without you. I hope you know you've done the right thing. You don't feel proud, exactly. You can't stop thinking about all the privileges and twists of fate that led you to being invited to that gathering in the first place. You know it could have been you with cyanide on your breath. You take a deep, shaky breath and imagine yourself strung back together with needle and thread. That was cool. I like that a lot. I think there's like a power in being able to do something constrained. And I wish I had that power. But doing something constrained that like works well has a clear like divergence point as well. I'm curious. One more little bit of curiosity. Yeah. Okay, so all the locations seem to be the same. Enough, they're waiting for you. Cool. So there's actually multiple different kinds of endings. Very neat. I like that a lot. I'm not totally sure. So I said this before. I haven't listened to any of the tracks other than my own, of course. But that's interesting. That's really interesting. I like that a lot. Let's go for one more. All right, we'll spin again because we did Anolelona, which I liked a lot. There are a lot that I liked. I'm excited about this. It's always a bit rough when you're going through, you know, a ton of like long games that you're not digging. I have dug in some way, I think, all of these. All right, one more big spin. It just hit midnight. Happy Monday, everybody. A sophomore slump. Happily, all my students are seniors. Yeah. Oh, that was yours? That was really cool. I really like that one. Thanks for making it. Okay. Doop. There we are. All right. So this is Sophomore Slump. This is by Galvin. We actually don't have that many left. We have 3, 6. We have 9 left. Out of 18 entries that are not mine. We got through exactly half once we finished this one. That's fun. We'll see how I feel after this. Maybe we could sneak in one more. There's one that I'm curious about because I've never deeply looked at a game like it. Cool. You wake up to the sound of your phone vibrating on the bedside table. The room is too dark, and the walls too quiet. You already know that it's not your bedroom. Phone first. You turn the screen towards you and flinch at the light. It's 4:23 a.m. Daryl is calling. Answer. You hit the accept call and put the phone to your ear, half expecting another anxiety attack from him about the size of the forest or something. Instead, what you get is a less shaky but deadly sharp voice on the other end of the line, too lucid. Hey man, I think there's a problem. What is it? It's Holly, Daryl says. His voice sounds more afraid than usual, even for him. She said she was gonna go smoke on the roof, but... A sharp inhale. I don't know. I'm worried. Not asking questions. Alright, I'll go check on her. Okay, Daryl says. You hear that lip smack he does when he doesn't know how to say something. I'm sorry if I... Thanks. And then he hangs up. That was more than he said last time, you think. Go to the roof. It's only one flight of stairs up. You push the door open and are immediately blasted by an air that's too cold, too alive. Any hope of a good night's sleep after this get dashed away. You see Holly's silhouette sitting near the edge of the roof. She's wearing a hoodie. You can already tell she hears you walking up to her by the way her head moves. Don't worry, she says. I'm not gonna jump. Good way to lead off a conversation. Are you okay? Her mouth stretches out into a flat line on the bottom of her face. She said, yeah. She pinches the bridge of her nose with her left hand and squints at nothing. So I was talking about how I find it difficult to be like... Sometimes to choose with dialogue choices. Either like from a role-playing perspective or from a would I do this perspective. These are the kind of conversations that there is no right answer to. And I find that very challenging. Are you sure? Holly scoffs. I mean, how am I supposed to answer that question? If I say I'm fine, you still get suspicious. If I say I'm not, everyone gets concerned. How can I tell the truth without managers like you jumping on me? Take it easy. I just wanted to double check. There's almost a stunned silence from her, and after a while her face goes dead, like the emotion is retracting from her eyes. Well, I'm alright, she says. She gets up and walks past you back to the roof door. Don't get up. I need aspirin. You open your mouth. Well, don't follow me, she says. I'm fine. I'm just gonna go get aspirin from my room. I'll be back. The door slams shut before you can respond. Wait. You sit back down and look out at the view, trying to replay the conversation in your mind. The air is stiller and colder now. It doesn't take until about 40 minutes later until you check your phone and see that she still hasn't come back. The sun is rising soon. You get up and walk back into the hotel. Huh. Okay. Let's do this. Same thing. Thankful for you've been here. Visited link styling. Go to the roof. Are you okay? Alright, I won't ask any further. Okay, good, she says. Thanks. She takes a cigarette stub out of her mouth and tosses it on a burial mound of burnt out ash. How many stubs are there? You can't tell. Maybe 10 or 11 or 14, she says, catching your stare. She takes an open carton and rattles around 2 loose cigarettes inside. I had 4 yesterday and, well, after the thing with my phone, she pauses. Look, there's only 2 left. Can I have one? Holly side-eyes you for a second, but eventually digs one out, gives it to you and lights it. Is this your way of trying to relate to me? Yep. She breaks into a snicker. I appreciate the honesty, she says, fishing out the last cigarette for herself. It's probably the most sincere thing any higher-up said to me all year. You try to exhale normally. You have an opening here. Just starting to trust you. Is dealing with upper management really that bad? Holly gives a knowing smirk. Well, I didn't smash my phone for no reason, you know? She takes a drag. They wouldn't stop texting me, asking me if I had new material. Just nonstop, all day. New material. We're already on tour. What more do they want? Breakout bands tend to get inspiration for the next project on their first real tour. When they see how big they're getting in person. It's probably why they're asking. Oh, she says. She looks genuinely taken aback. So, is that all they want then? More material? That's not all they want. She looks at you for far too long, blinks, and then looks away. Alright, sure. Let's hope so, she says. You open your mouth to say something, but quickly shut it again. You're not sure there's anything you can say to make that line of thinking move in any better direction. Try to smoke normally. A interesting command for gamers. She goes silent. Time passes. You stare at her face, trying to read her, while she stares at nothing in particular. The sky gets bright enough that you start to see the smoke drifting up in the air. It feels like an eternity before anything happens. And when it does, it's Holly that starts. Seemingly unprompted, she turns to you and asks, "Can I ask you something? If you were us, if you were the band, how would you make another hit album? I mean, you're a manager. You've looked over hundreds of breakout bands like us before. What's the trick? How do the successful ones keep succeeding?" Ooh, we have 3 choices. Stay true to what you want to do. Just keep giving people what they want. Tell the truth. Tell the truth. There is no trick. There's no surefire strategy, not even one more likely to work than the others. Some bands succeed by reinventing or experimenting with their sound, and others don't. Some successfully double down and sell out, others don't. I'm sorry. You open your mouth as if you were going to continue talking, but you realize there's nothing else to be said, and close it. Holly looks disappointed, but not surprised. She takes a drag off her cigarette. Becky told me last night that when we were walking around the forest, she couldn't stop thinking about the dragonflies. You remember those? The dragonflies? I remember the blue ones. Not just blue. Blue and white and purple. Shining, iridescent, almost flicking between the colors of the rainbow in a second. And Becky said, all that tinkering she did on the computer, all those hours wasted on composition, mixing, editing, more mixing, none of it was as pretty as that dragonfly perched on a blade of grass she saw the other day. She looks you dead in the eye. What do you think of that? I'm sure someone out there in your audience is happier. Maybe she's right. I'm sure someone out there in your audience is happier. Holly stares at you, unblinking. I hope so, she says after a while. I really hope so. And then silence. Nothing else to say. Two of you sit on the roof, drinking the night air. Soon the sun will rise and another day will begin. But for now, the two of you drift in this limbo, quiet, unmoving, cold. Let's take a look at some of these other options. So maybe she's right. Maybe? Holly says, maybe. A pause. Then Holly simply says, all right. So that's the same. So, say we say just keep giving the people what they want. Just keep giving the people what they want, you say. You know what you are at this point. You know your brand, and the people love you. All you have to do is keep striking the iron while it's hot. Holly's eyebrows arch a little. Really? She says, it's really that easy? What you expect? You say. I don't know. I mean, I feel like I'm a pretty cynical person. A lot of the artists I grew up with sold out like anyone else, but didn't think... She pauses a little, starts to raise the cigarette to her lips, stops herself and drops it down. I didn't think it would be that simple. Well, it is, you say. That's the good news. Some succeed, some fail. But things decide themselves at this point. All you have to do is turn the gears. Silence. You wonder if you went too far. A good eternity passes before Holly raises her head, higher than you've seen her even in the daytime, stands up straight. All right, she says. I think we're going to be okay. You will be. You say, just turn the gears. Right. Turn the gears. She gives a weak smile, too timid for you to tell if it's genuine or forced. I'll go to bed for now. See you in the morning. See you. For now, all you can do is smile back and watch her walk back inside. You look back out at the open view from the rooftop, taking the cool air into your lungs. Then, after a few minutes, you get up, clean the mound of cigarettes Holly left behind, and walk back inside. That's cool. It's largely... Try to smoke normally kind of sent me. There's just a nice little branching and mostly the same at points narrative. Dialogue is hard, and branching dialogue is very hard. Apparently you can break up the band. Let's do one more. We could fit one more. We could fit one more. Let's fit one more. Kismet. That was the one I was looking for. So a diner for the end of the world. And so the reason why I'm interested in this, so the game that I made was made in HyperCard, which is an old Mac program A lot more powerful than anything I did with it, but that's fine. And Decker is one of and I don't know why you can't center text. Oh, alignment, center. Well, that's a lot easier. So Decker takes some of the things from a hypercard. Like the 1-bit graphics is like the biggest thing I feel that they like really aggressively take. And this kind of like card-based style. But I'm curious. I find it really interesting and challenging to describe hypercard, and so I'm really curious, like, what direction did they want to go in with this, I guess. So I don't know. I've never really like poked at it. I'm really curious. I think this is Decker. I thought it was. Yeah. Edited with Decker. Neat. There are a few content warnings. Death, the apocalypse, suicide, serious illness. But cool. So this is A Diner for the End of the World by K10. Oh, cool. Wait. Okay. You surveyed the remaining stores in the locker and the refrigerator, taking stock of the dry goods, sacks of rice, flour, pasta, a cupboard for jars and pickled lettuce, herring, mackerel, tuna, olives, tomatoes, artichokes, chutneys of all kinds and flavors, a small store of fresh food, mostly vegetables and fruits, game and meat in the ceiling, a leg of preserved ham dangling from the ceiling. Game and meats in the freezer, a leg of preserved ham dangling from the ceiling, salvage from a butcher's right before the end of the world. Breakfast specials? Yes, chef. He's squatting down on the floor, peeling a pile of shallots and letting the skins fall into one tub, while deftly throwing the purplish de-skinned bulbs in another. Squinting, he looks up at you. Regatta lemon pancakes. Then maybe put breakfast casserole on there. Don't say what kind of breakfast casserole it is. I'm just going to toss in anything that looks like it's going bad, he replies. You reach up to the chalkboard and scrape yesterday's specials off the board with your hand, then try to write the new ones on as neatly as possible with a nub of too short chalk. Late night, you call out to the chef as you refill and arrange ketchup, mayo, and mustard bottles onto the tables. This is your favorite time of day. The calm quiet, the metal tables glinting back at you, the sunrise visible across the train tracks directly outside, creeping up the horizon. Before the patrons come in or the noise of the fryer begins, the murmur of conversations, laughter, the clatter of cutlery. Poker night with the guys, Chef calls back. I cleaned them out. Again? You're going to age like shit if you don't get your beauty sleep. What are you running on, like 3-4 hours? You can hear Chef's eye roll from across the room. That's impossible, he calls back. You're ugly enough for both of us, so at least I'll always have something to aspire to. You're talking pretty big for someone who has the exact same face at me, you shoot back. Chef's head pokes up through the servery window and he gives you a middle finger. Unfortunately, that's the exact time that waiter decides to show up to work, and upon seeing the offered finger, his face twists into disgust, and you get to see exactly what that emotion looks like on your face. "What the hell are you accusing me of now?" he says, affronted. You exchange a glance with Chef and burst into laughter. The sound and the look on your face is an identical mirror. Your diner is located on the edge of a train station, one of many stops on a giant, sprawling railway network. The only strange part is that each stop represents a parallel universe, one of a million different worlds inhabited by countless different variations and mirrors of yourself. The changes range from subtle and almost unnoticeable to wildly divergent. But one thing you all share is the same turning points in your personal history. The inevitability that your actions will bring you to the same point. The destruction of the world. There's so many other versions of yourself still out there, fighting for the worlds and families. Some have managed to prolong the inevitable while others burned out long ago. Your own world no longer exists. On the day everything was destroyed, you took the subway one last time, hoping to catch a glimpse of your old home. But the train never stopped. It kept going, emerging from the underground tunnels above ground, to another world where things seemed almost identical to yours, where your family was still alive, where the worst things had yet to happen. You didn't stop to consider the situation, just dove right off into a cycle of trying to save the world, taking the train when things didn't go right, moving again and again and trying to fix things, thinking that maybe the next time, in one of those worlds, you met another version of yourself, the first one after countless cycles of reliving the same events with slight variations. "It's no use," he told you. "No matter what you do, that's the course fate has set everything on. Not even you can stop the end of the world." The next time you took the train, you didn't get off when it stopped. You just kept going, kept riding it, losing yourself on the different lines, trying to find the end of the road. Finally, you reached a world that had practically been turned into a desert. The train doors opened and they didn't close again. You decided to get off and explore. At the very end of the station, there was a diner. A little run down and in need of a good scrubbing, but it made for a good shelter. The train waited for you on the platform. The signs pointed that it was going back the way you had come. Instead, you had decided to stay. You tidied the diner up, got all the dirt and grime off. The place was still pretty well stocked, and miraculously was still hooked up to gas, electricity, and water. At first, you only had to take care of yourself, but then others started to arrive. Other versions of yourself, dropping in at the end of their journeys at the beginning of it, each just as confused, just as in need of rest. Strangely, the role of caretaker came pretty easily to you. A place to sit and gather their thoughts. A hot meal, the occasional ear to listen, and then they moved on. Some of them stayed, chef, waiter. Over the years, you even amassed a steady group of regulars. It's something to do, something to live for. Speaking of regulars, it's time to open up for the morning crowd. You head to the front door and flip the sign from closed to open. Sure enough, two of your most faithful are already waiting outside on separate train benches. For the sake of distinguishing everyone, since you all have the same name, you've resorted to nicknames. Newspapers, for example, carries around a giant stack of the things. Wherever he goes, and always has his head buried in one. He's working on some kind of giant archival project, trying to document the variance between timelines. Meanwhile, Coffee Snob is pretty self-explanatory. You don't call him that to his face, but you can never remember his real nickname, so Coffee Snob is unfortunately stuck. Come on, he shakes his head when you open the doors. Who do I have to kill to get my caffeine fix around here? Yourself, you shoot back, and if you're not careful, I'll make it extra watery, just for you. They follow you and settle down at their customary places. You hear a chef and waiter guffawing about something in the back. Looking at your two patrons, you decide to serve one of them first and leave the other to waiter when he decides to come out and do his job. Take Newspaper's order. You bring him a cup of freshly brewed coffee. He always does the same thing. 2 sugars, no milk, because they're all a little lactose intolerant. What are you working on today? He barely looks up from his papers, but he taps his notebook in an invitation for you to take a closer look. It's an incomprehensible grid of word choices, event variations, notes, and terrible, cramped handwriting. Was your handwriting always this bad? You glance down at the notepad in your hand. I'm examining the difference in semantic choices across reporting on the meteorite's approach, he says. The slang used, the reference points drawn, that kind of stuff. Huh, you say. Anyhow, how do you feel about lemon regatta pancakes? To be honest, you don't really get it. Clearly, there are other versions of yourself that are more erudite and much more academically inclined. Each of you has your own strengths. Newspapers feels pretty happy with lemon regatta pancakes and asks if you have any hash browns or syrup to go on the side. You promise you'll ask Chef. Before you leave the table, you can't help but ask, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude, but what are you doing all this for? It's not like you'll ever be able to finish the work, and in the grand scheme of things, what does it all matter? Newspapers looks up to you, big eyes blinking behind his taped-together glasses. Well, why not, he says. We're the last people to exist on Earth, on any Earth, it seems. In all these deserted worlds, have you ever met someone other than yourself? Someone should document all these strange worlds of the tiniest details of what has come to pass. I've met others who are working on larger histories and retrospectives, but I prefer to focus on the everyday. It's an impossible task, but I don't ever expect to finish. But who knows? Maybe one day someone will read it. Someone will continue the work. Someone will remember, you say. Someone will remember, he repeats. And I guess it's also my way of coping with everything. Just like how you have the diner, I have this. Leave him to his work and go back to the kitchen to put his order in. Hey, you tell Chef, if we have more to go around, give the guy some extra syrup. He looks like he could use it. The morning crowd thins and the ebb is followed by a swell of customers as the lunch rush begins. You pour cups of coffee, dole out soups, serve the last of the pancakes and casserole, then start bringing out plates of pasta, toasted sandwiches, baked goods, and stacks of hot fries. Waiter works seamlessly alongside you. The best part about having yourself to work with you is being able to anticipate each other's needs and moves. It's a strange kind of telepathy. Other mirror images walk in and out of the diner, and you recognize most, if not all of them. There's glasses, slime balls also hanging around, and who could forget emo rockstar? Gotta go with slime ball. Slurping down his customary order of lasagna, he got the nickname because he thinks he's some kind of Casanova, keeps trying to convince one of you to sleep with him. Truth be told, these kinds of self-cessed relationships are not as rare as you might imagine. After all, you're pretty much the only person left on Earth in all the possible universes. But this guy is so desperate to the point where everyone steers well clear and won't give him the time of day. There's glasses. There are a few versions of you running around with glasses, and you're of the opinion that you look decidedly better without. He's a quiet, nerdy kind of guy who mostly keeps to himself. Who could forget emo rockstar, who is in desperate need of a haircut? His fringe falls artfully into your eyes. He takes his coffee black. You swear you've seen him writing poetry on a napkin before. You may or may not have read a little bit over his shoulder. It wasn't good. Still, if it helps him work through whatever you're all going through, then who are you to judge? That's just a snapshot of those passing through. There are countless others, each different in their own ways. Doctor, one of the few of you who has medical training. Horseboy, because he rode a horse over once and now the guys will never let him forget it. A myriad of those that are you, just seen through slightly warped mirrors. Stutter, off-key karaoke, union guy, librarian, gardener, doomsayer, not to be confused with truthsayer, swimmer, baldy. Then, after the lunch crowd starts to dissipate, your favorite guy turns up. Black Market. He's a dealer and purveyor of goods to anyone who needs it, but over the years he's pretty much become your exclusive supplier. Thanks to him, your diner is always well stocked, with an eclectic mix of goods from across the universes. He comes into the diner through the front door, a large rucksack slung across his back and his hands full of bags. There's a little bit of stubble on his chin and neck. Clearly he's been on an expedition and hasn't had time to shave. Papa's home, he announces with a shit-eating grin on his face. You roll your eyes, then show him into the back. Chef already has a sandwich waiting for him, freshly toasted and with the edges cut off. Black Market gestures to the bags as he falls onto the food, devouring it as if he hasn't eaten in months. Slow down, you tell him, you'll choke. You and Chef dive into the bags. It's a treasure trove full of stuff. One is just a sack of garlic and onions, with handfuls of fresh herbs with soil still on their roots. A whole wheel of cheese stuffed into the bottom of the rucksack, as well as a large slab of smoked salmon, an industrial-sized tub of butter, links of sausages, a bag of flour, and bars of chocolate. Hang on, Black Market says. I can't forget the best part. He digs into his pockets and pulls out a fistful of something plastic that crinkles in its grip. You have no idea what it is until he puts it triumphantly on the table. Packets and packets of vegetable seeds. You and Chef both cry out in excitement, poring over the names, the pictures on the packets. They'll make a great addition to the garden you're trying to cultivate behind the diner. While Chef labels and puts away the supplies, portioning them out and sealing things up, you let Black Market into the pantry, where you keep all the things that customers pay you in. Since money no longer works as currency now, you all trade in more practical things. Bandages, painkillers, antibiotics, bullets, the list goes on. He'll take what he needs to trade with others on the road. After he's picked through the lot, Black Market stretches out and gives you an easy smile. I've got no plans to rush off, he says. Anything you need help with in exchange for a few square meals? You could use some help with planting the new vegetable seeds he's bought, but there might also be some old stock of interest to him, and you've been meaning to go through it all. Planting. The plot of land at the back of the diner is a small strip of dirt, not much larger than a backyard, and looks out onto the sand dunes in the distance. At this hour, the sun beats down onto your backs, but it's nice to be outside for a change. That might be the first divergence point. Interesting. Digging, adding fertilizer, watering, sowing the seeds. Digging. Okay. There are already small sprouts coming out from the earth from earlier efforts. Potatoes, carrots, and leafy vegetables you don't know the name of. Edible weeds grow here too. Dandelions, wild burdock. Chef uses them for soup. Black Market hums in appreciation as he squats down with a trowel, and both of you make small holes in the earth. Another thing, courtesy of Black Market, small pellets of some kind of fertilizer, and a heaping of Horseboy's trade offering, some manure from his horse that he comes by to top up every so often. It's dried up in the sun and doesn't stink, but it has the required nutrients anyway. Just enough to dampen the dry soil, turning dark under the water drops. Black Market playfully flicks a few drops at you, and a small fight ensues, both of you splashing water at each other. The water sizzles slightly as it hits the concrete around the diner. The final step. You and Black Market lay the seeds to rest in the ground, like a burial with the knowledge that new life will spring forth from them, light winking out from all around them. After the work, you sit outside with Black Market, cracking open an ice-cold beer from your private stash. You clink bottles and watch tumbleweeds chase each other across the horizon. Somewhere in the distance, a bird cries out. You wonder who it's looking for. Look. Black Market breaks his silence. I have to tell you something. I'm sick. None of you ever get ill, so this can only mean one thing. Before you can think of anything to say, Black Market fills the silence. Unfortunately, it's pretty final. I've spoken to a couple of the others who have medical training. I have about a year or so. I'm more worried about who'll take care of you guys. He gives you a bright but sad grin. We have a little time, he continues. I have a couple of replacements in mind, people I can train up and help figure the logistics out. I won't leave you out to dry. It'll take a little time to teach them the right places to look, the best stuff to get, but before he can say anything else, you reach over to hug him tightly. The beer bottle in your hand froths from the sudden movement and spills onto the gray concrete. After sundown, you typically get a slightly different crowd. The wounded, the bitter, the jaded. The ones who usually stick to the shadows. The doctor walks in and sets up shop in one of the booths, tending to anyone who needs their wounds patched up. No questions asked. There's a TV in the corner brought in by one of the patrons, with a DVD player and a growing library of box sets. Today there's a film club gathering to watch Ingmar Bergman's The Seventh Seal. Under the cover of dusk, this is where dark things flourish. Lovers meet quietly in booths, other versions seeking oblivion through more illicit substances. You open the bar for business, while waiter and chef work seamlessly, getting food out alongside drinks ordered. After the great fight of year 5, one of the diner's rules is that you have to order food with drinks. You have a couple of people waiting for you at the bar, and you turn to serve them with a smile. Doctor, the film guy, the lover. 2 of your sweetest drinks, please, he says. You've been keeping an eye on him and his partner since they first started visiting your diner. They try to keep things quiet at first, sitting at opposite ends of the table and holding hands under the table. But after realizing that no one at this time of night cared or even bothered what they did, they became more overt, sitting next to each other, whispering and laughing over food and drinks. I actually think it's quite sweet. If it were not a little strange to see 2 identical versions of yourself sharing a kiss. You've wondered, but can't be bothered to overcomplicate things. If you were really interested, you'd take Slimeball up on one of his many advances, but then again, you're not that desperate to find out. Sure, you reply to the lover. Would you prefer something fruity or something on the chocolate side? Always chocolate. Is that a hint of martini I taste? The lover asks after taking a sip of the drink you hand him. Sweetened with chocolate. You smile. He likes chocolate. The lover says, I gave that to him for our first anniversary. How did you 2 meet? You ask. You've wanted to know for a while, but you've never found the right time to ask. I'd fallen in a hole and broken my leg. The lover smiles at the memory. He fished me out, took care of me until I was better. We've been together ever since. That's really sweet, you tell him. I'm happy for you guys. Thanks, he says. His smile is so bright that it's almost blinding. Watch him float off back to his lover. Let's talk to the film guy. I'm in the mood for something dark, he says. I'd like to match my drinks to the film. You don't recognize this guy. In fact, you don't really recognize any of these guys crowded around the TV. To you, they're all film guy. This guy has let your hair grow long, the fringe swooping artfully and framing either side of his face. Does he have gel in there? You're both amazed and aghast at the amount of effort he's probably put into it. Your own hair is long, but swept up into a tight bun so that no strands escape. Well, let's see what we have, you tell film guy. I can do you a black coffee or a white Russian. Black coffee. Simplest choices are usually the best, aren't they? He muses. Turning away, he rejoins the group. Well, it's not anything fancy. The coffee smell comforts you, reminds you of routine and safety. You pour yourself a cup to keep yourself going through the night. Slow day, the doctor comments, swinging his legs on the chair and half watching the TV as he talks to you. What, people too good to get injured now? You joke. Or our numbers are dwindling, he shrugs. You look up sharply at him as he casually pops a crispy fry into his mouth. More of us are going to go eventually. I pity the poor bastard who's the last one after all of us are gone. Doesn't help that you're racing all of us to the finish line since you're here each day killing your liver. You look pointedly at him. After my life, I think I deserve it, the doctor says. You roll your eyes. What can I get you? Surprise me. You take a look at your collection of bottles and decide to make a Negroni. He hums appreciatively and swirls the orange peel in the amber liquid. Thanks. Just what the doctor ordered. He brings the drink away with him and slides back into the booth, where a patient seems to be waiting. Time to close up. The night winds on, the steady chatter and laughter winding down into a quiet, barely there murmur. By the time it hits 2 a.m., all the regular patrons have cleared out. The doctor is snoring on the seats in the booth, and the chef and his poker buddies have dragged some chairs around a table, and are at it again. Waiter has clocked off and disappeared to who knows where. You wonder where everybody gets back to at the end of the night, and what holes they scurry off to. Your own bed is waiting for you upstairs in a tiny closet at the top of the stairs next to the supply closet. But you're not ready to turn in yet. You head outside to enjoy your only vice, a single cigarette at the end of each day. The world is so peaceful at this time of night. You look out at the never-ending train tracks, wonder if you walked down them and kept going, how far would you be able to get? The tracks rattle in the telltale sign of a train arriving, and soon enough, one pulls up. The insides are light with a white glow, and the floor is pristine. The seats are plastic, uncomfortable, but you could get on it and be in another world by the time you wake up. And you have no urge to do so. It looks like it's just another empty train until you see someone step out of the very last carriage at the moment just before the doors close. Even from a distance, you can see it's a younger version of you. You remember the way you carried yourself back then, in a haunted kind of hunch. Bloodstained and pale, he approaches you, gripping a barely concealed knife in one hand. Then, when he sees you, he stops and blinks, utterly confused. What is this place? He asks you. Who are you? You take a final drag of your cigarette and stub it out on the ground. Put the knife away, you tell him. Getting up, you jerk your head towards the diner. Come on, you say. You could look like you could use a hot meal. And maybe a shower. You don't wait for him, but go straight into the diner. Before too long, you hear the bell over the front door ring as your younger self follows behind you. Interesting. That was interesting. I really liked the story as a story. I don't know if a linear story needed to be necessarily that way, but it was cool. I really liked the story. I thought it was very, very cool. Oh, shucks. That makes, like... Okay, if there were 18, did we say? 18. And according to our list... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 left. 10 games in a night. This is gonna be fun to timestamp when I put it on YouTube. Cool. Well, that's 10 of the 18, 19, I guess, if you count mine. 19 games of ShuffleComp for this year. I'm going to try to knock out the other 8 sometime later in the week. It's always kind of dicey with timing and things like that, but I mean, there's always tomorrow. But yeah, thanks for hanging out tonight. I know a random Sunday is maybe not always the best place to be, you know, but every day is Tuesday at this point. And I don't mean that in a negative way. So I think, I don't know. I'm thinking, where can we go? We can go various places, but I think who do we have? So it's always polite to stop places. Sure, why not? But yeah, thanks everybody for hanging out. Thanks for checking out these games with me and checking out ShuffleComp. I'm gonna put my thoughts together, actually listen to the tracks that are selected, and we'll see you soon. We're gonna raid Cubalt. Why not? She's a sheep. She's playing Shenmue. Not really the same vibe, but it's 1 a.m. on a Sunday night. So yeah, like I said, thanks everybody for hanging out. We'll check out some more games very, very soon. All right, toodles.